timer starts.
Beautiful. All right, we're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Gamerhouse Marathon. We got a very epic pre-finale block by the Secret Runner Mash, who even the internet being destroyed before his very eyes couldn't stop him. Take it away, Mash.
Hi. This is me. I'm gonna play a game that a lot of people probably heard of that ignore, and I'm really good at it, or at least I like to think. But yeah, this is a video game, and we're going to hopefully play this game really well.
Square Enix.
So without further ado, like always, we're going to watch the intro so you have a feel for what this game is going to have in store, because we are going to be skipping all of the cutscenes, and there is a buttload of them.
Love me?
Oh yeah.
I want you to love me. Square Enix.
Oh wait, was the timer supposed to start?
Nope.
Okay, okay, good. I was worried I somehow missed it. Just let me know when.
Lost lives.
In just a few moments.
Okay, cool.
Well, everybody appreciates what's about to happen.
Gotcha, I'm gonna watch it too.
Are ablaze once again.
Oh, that's crazy. Drakengard 2.
I repeat, unleash your powers for the glory of the Knights of the Seal.
I'm asking you to let me die. My beauty. It is my sin.
Damn, I am hungry. What was that? That didn't even touch me. I understand now. This is my destiny. You're kind and gentle, yet somewhat wild. That's why
I wish I could be a savior.
I'm glad I met you. Goodbye, Noe.
I want to save you.
See me grow wings and fly high.
With all seals destroyed, the world will end. Or maybe it's a new beginning.
It doesn't matter. We're going in.
You! The world would be better off without weaklings like you.
It's all wrong. Everything.
Let Mana go.
Please, don't hate me. You saw the truth yourself. Is it over,
This will be our final battle. Let's go, Noe.
Alright. So, with that out of the way, you have a bit of a... I don't know, in the cutscene it kind of goes over what happened with Drakengard 1 going into this game. This is the aforementioned sequel that Yoko Taro didn't actually work on per se, but he did have some hand in it. So, making sure that we're not lagging, checking our options, we're all good. So, we're gonna get ready on the timer soon.
Alright.
Alright, so we're gonna be going through this game on New Game, on Standard. Because I'm not a crazy fool. I'm already crazy enough playing this game. And we'll be strapping in for, at least 5 hours. Straight, with no breaks. And yeah, so current world record time is 5:10 by myself. The original time used to be just under like 5:30. I think it was like 5:23 or something like that. So I have since then crushed the time down to 5:10, and there is a possibility of getting sub 5 for anybody that wants to put the work in for that. But you know, you're gonna have a hard time. Trust me on that one. So, anyways, yep. So 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck, Mash.
Thank you. We got a lot of cutscenes to skip through. You want an idea of how long this game is casually, it's about 14 hours, including cutscenes. That's if you go relatively fast. With cutscenes for myself, we're looking at about 4 hours being added just from cutscenes alone if we were to watch all of them. But we're not going to. We're going to finish this run fast, promptly, and get through everything as fast as possible. But, unfortunately, because this is a new game, we have to do the tutorial. So, that's where all of the fun begins. So we're gonna go through the tutorial as fast as possible. Hopefully not scuff it up too bad. And the game wants you to do things very specifically in the tutorial. If you try to cheat, you have to redo it, so it costs you time. So, most people that have been playing this game that I do know personally have been playing the emulated version. That is technically where I started with speedrunning this game, but I've since moved to console, which I have deemed faster, because immediately upon switching to console, within a run or two, I crushed my emulator run by probably a good, like, 10 to 15 minutes. Which is crazy to think, because the console run isn't even that good that I did. So, the best known world record time for Dodd to any percent is, including a death, on a level it takes 5 minutes to do, if you die on it. And it also includes some really bad RNG on some of the bosses we'll get to see a little bit later in the run. Oh yeah. I forgot about this crystal. So, unlike Dodd 1, there's some differences in the game mechanics. So, most of the standard attacking and stuff like that is all here, but we have parrying is a new thing in this game. There's also being able to recover from midair, and there is fall damage if you don't recover. And there's different sort of attacks you can do. There's combo attacks, which you learn as you level up a weapon, which is the same sort of thing as Dodd 1. Weapons get stronger as you level them based on experience. So we want to be doing that as much as possible. And obviously I failed to counter there, so this guy's just going to punish me.
No way.
That's fine.
When did you get so strong?
So if we don't die during the run at a later level, which is when the levels start getting difficult, then we should be okay. So unfortunately, because of how Dodd 2 is structured compared to Dodd 1 and Dodd 3, there is no chapter select. The game is very, very linear. And there is free expeditions that you can do, much like Dodd 1, but they are only available at certain points in the run. We're going to go ahead and skip that first junction screen there until the game actually teaches me more about it. It'll force me to do a junction much later, in like another chapter. So we have the first real verse of the game, first actual level, which is a bit of a warm-up fight with the General Gizmor, who will be fighting a couple times throughout the run. So the trick with this guy is to sneak behind him, let him attack, and then just unload on him. So that first part there is scripted. Now we have to just get him down to half HP. So we'll start up a combo, and instead of ending it with a Cyclone, which is just spamming square, we're going to try to get stabs in, because they do more damage if we connect the hitbox. Alright, so now that we got him down to half HP, we can go ahead and mop these guys up. It's going to teach me about new attacks when you level up weapons. So it's going to tell me about Sonic Blast. Alright, but we don't need to worry about that. So we're going to unload the special from the magic that it's telling us about, Valkyrie Claw, to clear up these guys as quickly as possible. Gonna tell us about XP and health and stuff. But now we're done basically the very first part of the game. And from here on in, things just get a little bit more complex as we go forward. So this is mainly an RPG hack and slash. Best way to describe it. So we're just going to continue. We don't need to save. I'm fairly confident that we don't need to save ever during any percent. It's the later ones that you might save on. New Game Plus for this game is also very difficult because the game changes the difficulty from normal to hard and then from hard to extreme. And that puts you essentially in a 1 to 2 shot range for both those. Thankfully, we won't be doing that, because I've done that a couple times already, and it is well, it's crazy as it is. There's a reason why most people have not played this game, or have not even done New Game Plus ever. And that's because it's just ridiculously hard right out of the gate. We'll be trying to handle flying missions as quickly as possible. These missions are where you can lose quite a bit of time on, because controlling Legna takes a bit of finesse. It's a little bit easier on emulator if you're doing the flying sections, because Legna has a bit of a speed boost. And that's just to do with how the game is handled on the emulators. But you do lose time in other sections of the game from hang-ups on things like cutscenes and loading screens. So we want to activate the Breath Spear there. We got one a little bit later than I wanted. If you don't activate it, we have to redo that whole bit there for the flying level. And now we have to fight a Griffin. So, for most of the flying missions, the one thing I'll explain early is you'll see me mostly try to line up for regular Dragonfire shots, because there's a 50-50 chance for a power-up, which is something new to this game, instead of building magic while you're on the dragon, which allows you to unleash a special attack that you have to collect after it drops. Not a bad time. Could have been a little bit faster on that first flying mission. But I have put a lot of hours in this game. And well, the aforementioned odd 2 notes technically exist and don't exist all at the same time. In some parallel universe, they will be finished. Eventually. So, Neurotic was one of the first people that Rod had discovered that was doing runs of this game and actually put a lot of effort into it early on with some pretty detailed notes. Not necessarily speedrunning notes, but very detailed nonetheless. And that is where we started with figuring out what we were doing with the run. This game also has a really good soundtrack. And what's up, Kai? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and glide around here and kill these monsters. Just the first part of the mission. So we're no way, we're kind of low level. We only hit level 2 there in the beginning of the game. The game did teach us about hover that I skipped through really quickly. This is the first level where it tells you about the new mechanic, which is hovering. Very, very, very useful in the game compared to Dod 1, where you don't have that ability. but hovering is actually slower in sections like this. If you can help it, don't hover, because it allows you to keep movement and allows you to make sure that Legna's actual aiming is a bit more pinpoint compared to... Oh my god, get off, dragon. Alright, so we got stuck. That's fine.
Wretched monsters! I won't let you get in my way.
So we lost a little bit of time there. I was hoping to jump off
Then I'll leave the sky to you.
at that dialogue end so that we got here as soon as it triggered. Because if you get here too early, you have to wait for the dialogue anyways. So we lost maybe a couple seconds, but we can make up for it later. Not a big deal. There's plenty of time that we can still save later in the run with some good RNG and some strats. So we unlocked a new weapon, which is for a new character that we'll have access to. Her name is Eris. I fucking love Eris, but man, she really loves burning people at the stake. I don't want to save. So we'll be using Eris a little bit for the beginning of the run, but not as much as you would think. And the main difference too with any percent, so we'll try to start the mission here, and I'll go ahead and explain differences later, but it wants me to equip Eris's new weapon. If we don't do that, we can't advance, so we have to equip everything for all characters. And the reason why I do it this way is so that when I come back out of this screen, it's always going to put me right where I want to be. Now I'm setting up my items. There's a couple different ways you can set these up. This is personally how I set up the items at the beginning of the game, because I like to delay my buys as long as possible. So I try not to be using items as much throughout the run, because I have a pretty specific route with the money that you earn, and the money is really tight, especially in the first playthrough. If we were going for all endings, it's a little bit looser come the second and third time around, but the game being more difficult means that you're more likely to be spending that extra money on healing items, which is something you want to avoid doing. So, first major difference is going to be the fact that the game wants you to play as Eris right now, and through most of the beginning of the game here. I'm only going to use Eris right now to run through this section, because in the later points of the game we're going to be using different characters as well as Noe much more often. In all endings though, I'd be trying to use Noe more than all the other characters, specifically because I need to be hitting certain XP values throughout the game in order to make sure that I'm kind of on par with the difficulty of the game. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to die in one or two hits, but it will mean that, you know, if I take a catastrophic hit from like a regular enemy, it won't be super devastating in most of the regular stages. Alright, so one of the first things we'll do when we descend the hill out here after meeting the captain is collect a weapon that we'll be using with Eris a little bit later, which is the Robber King. We're going to open that up. We're going to collect that. I'm going to immediately swap to Noe rather than using Eris. And we're going to clear out these monsters. So, one of the key things to note about the characters as you progress more through the game, which I'll get a reminder of a little bit later, that will see me skip the dialogue for, is that each character has a strength and a weakness versus certain enemy types. Eris is actually weaker against monsters and humans. Noe and Uric are going to be the strongest against monsters and knights, respectively. So Uric, monsters, he's really strong. Noe, really good against humans. So those are the characters we want to use for those particular enemies. Eris is really good against undead, which will remind us about that in a little bit. And we'll get another character later that is familiar from Dog 1. She may look a little different though. But we'll get to her shortly as well. So right now, we're building XP early on and levels because we want to have Noe somewhere between 15 and 18 would be optimal. But I've definitely gotten a lot higher in some cases depending on how lucky I get with killing enemies along the way without losing much time. Alright. So now I'm going to be told to jump on Legna, which is why I've already switched to Noe. Because it saves the time that I would have been using to swap characters. To already have done it. Because it takes a little bit of time to do that. So we're going to clear out these enemies and get an ogre to spawn. Then the game's going to teach us about DoD. So we're going to do a level 1 DoD here, just because the game wants us to. We're going to save the other DoD charge, which is Dragon Overdrive, for anybody wondering why it's called DoD. Doesn't mean Drakengard, it means Dragon Overdrive. It's just coincidental that that's the case with it. So we're going to hover. I mean, I missed the lock-on, but it should hit. But we want to hit that ogre and all the goblins around him. And then I'm going to hop off. And I'm going to kill it with Noe. And then we're going to run over here while the dialogue's playing. So that the mission completes as soon as I get here. No Eris? I know. Everybody else like using Eris, and I don't like using her for that. So anyways, we meet a new character in the cutscene that's going to be happening. But we're going to skip that, of course. The new character, well, she's not new in the series, but she's a returning character from Drakengard 1. Her name is Mana. People might remember her. She definitely looks a lot different, and we'll get to see her in a bit. Alright, so that spear that we picked up, the Robber King, that'll be useful. We're gonna go ahead here, we're gonna swap to the Robber King. And then we're gonna head into the next level. So the game's gonna do... What the game's gonna do after every level is ask us to save before the next one. And we're just gonna keep running through. Squay! Another cutie. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so game's teaching us about the world map, and, you know, the ability to go back to other level, or not other levels, but other areas and stuff. But we're gonna keep on trucking through. We don't need to do any detours unless I need, like, specific things, which we'll get to a bit later when I have money. But I just don't have that money right now. Alright, so first real air mission. So we're gonna quickly start killing all these guys as we go through. Anytime there's a meter on the left side of the screen, there's usually something tied to it. If it's yellow, it means that you have to kill enemies. If it's blue, it's a timer. If it's red, it's usually a health bar for a boss. That's usually what those mean. Yeah, alright. So I'm looking for some spheres. I missed that one. Alright. I wanted to get that spear because I'm gonna need it.
They aren't retreating.
But yeah, so we're just lining up some spears right now.
Cannons are quite different from the rest of us.
Again, regular Dragonfire shots have a higher chance. Gives us about a 50-50. I haven't really done the exact math on it, but I've done enough testing to know that if you're doing regular dragon fires, it's going to get you a spear for dragon breath a lot more often.
Let's head to the district.
So that's your focus with the air missions, is try to get those breath drops.
There, I see it.
Because they're going to save you the most time when it comes to air missions. You're also going to be wanting to dart around a lot, do quick turns and stuff like that. And again, it's just stuff that comes the more you do the game over time. Because again, there's a bit of finesse that you have to learn with controlling Legna. It's even more difficult sometimes with some of the tighter areas that you're flying Legna in on the ground and air missions, where you can hop on and off whenever you choose. Alright, so this one's going to teach us about the timer.
No way.
Eris is going to tell us that there's some fog rolling in. Right now, it just wants us to kill some enemies, so again, that yellow bar on the left there is going to start going down as we kill enemies. And Dexepa has done some pretty good tracking with approximately how many enemies it takes to deplete the bar. It may not be exact. I noticed some differences from what he has on his notes to like what the actual is. And I mean, it's just some slight variations. It's likely due to the fact that he's played on the European version of the game, which has a few little differences with some of the maybe enemy values and stuff like that. But for the most part, they're pretty bang on. And they were good enough for me to figure out exactly what I need to be doing. Alright, so we gotta wait for some dialogue here, some info about these rocks emitting the smoke. And we want to hit them 5 times each. There's 3 of them. So that's why I was like resetting myself up for that one, and then we're gonna try to aim Legna's head here and hit this one. And we got another one just chilling over here. So again, the one thing that people think with the hovering being added to this game is it's really, really useful, and it is. But the problem with the hovering is if you miss a shot or Legna goes to fire, it kind of distorts his aim a little bit. It takes a while for him to refocus the aim. And that makes it really hard to line up shots. I missed the ogre, I think. I might have hit him. I don't know if I did. No, I missed. Okay. That's fine. We still have another DoD charge, which is fine. So we want to hit the ogre. Because DoD is really strong against him. And we want to hop off and kill him with Noe. And we'll hop back on. And we're going to head to the other one over here. Alright, good. So we want to soften up these ogres. And then finish them off with Noe. It's just better than trying to do it with the dragon. And they have a chance to drop money, and they're really good XP right now for Noe. And if we're doing all endings, we want as much XP as possible. Thankfully, we're not. That was originally planned, believe it or not. We were going to sit through this for 18 hours and do Dod 2 all endings, but I trust me, it's not as fun as it sounds. At all. While I do enjoy this game, I do not enjoy 18 hours straight of said game on the most brutal difficulty. Alright, so one of the things we're going to do is we're going to go into this cave. This is where I start deviating from the route a little bit. I know that Rod loves getting this weapon called Scald Song. I fucking hate that weapon, and it costs way too much money. So instead, I'm going to go in this cave and pick up about, 10 to 12 Gs from these crates along the way and get a free weapon that I don't have to pay money for. Because money is already tight enough as it is. These guys let me buy. So this weapon, which is the soldier's sword, we're going to pick that up. And we're going to try to get the hell out of this cave. I'm going to kill some of these enemies on the way through. Because they do count towards the bar a little bit. Alright, and then the rest of the enemies are going to kill outside here on the cliff. And then that's going to summon some undead after we do that. So we're going to kill all these guys out here to deplete the rest of the bar. Also, I will let people know that the map in DOD 2 is far more useful than the map in DOD 1. So people should use it if they ever decide to play this game. We have to remember to look at it. Alright, some more guys up here on this ledge. Normally, you have to be pretty precise with killing all of these guys if you don't go in that tunnel to kill enemies, because if you miss any one of these guys, it's kind of bad, because it means you have to backtrack to go kill the rest of them. So the other thing is we want to make sure we get the Dragonfire shots. Normal shots do more damage than homing shots, just as a reminder for anybody that doesn't know that. So, that's the idea. Alright, so we're gonna head over here to this gate, where there's some undead horsemen. We're gonna swap to Eris. The game's gotta tell us to do that, but we're already on it. And these undead guys are pretty much invulnerable. They are indeed invulnerable to magic. And these armored horsemen specifically are guarded on the front, so we're trying to like weave around them a little bit. Because they're vulnerable to damage from behind, and they can be knocked down. But they also deal a lot of damage right now, because again, Eris is underleveled. Alright, so we got one knocked down, so that's good. Oh. Alright. We're looking for a money bag, but we didn't get one. So these guys have a chance to drop a $1,000 money bag. Which would be nice. Oh. I saw it over there. Got it. 2. Okay, so we have 2 for 2. Good. Drops disappear in about 15 to 16 seconds. I think it's 16. So you don't have a long window to pick them up if they do drop, so that's good that we got that money. So that's $350 in the bank. New weapon for Noe, which is way more damage than what we're currently using. So all stuff to keep in mind. Some of these chapters will go on for a little bit, some of these are really short. The early chapters before the end of chapter 4 are pretty lengthy. Through the middle they're a little shorter, and then towards the end they get a little bit longer, and then they get really short on the last 2. So we meet Mana. She's all growed up. It's 18 years after the events of the first Drakengard game. I don't care what anybody else says, this is canonical. Direct sequel. You won't change my mind on this. I know that people out there will think this is blasphemy, but it's not. Just trust me on this. I also did a boo-boo. I didn't switch to Soldier Sword. But that's not too bad for this mission. We don't really use Noe.
This fortress is full of lethal traps. Let's proceed with caution.
Don't worry, you trust me. I'm glad somebody trusts me. Especially when it comes to this game. If it's anything else, I can understand you not trusting me. Alright, so we're gonna start doing guards and parries more. Especially against these guys, because they strong. I don't even... Okay, well, the fire killed the skeleton for me. That's good.
Who knows what lies ahead? Let's stay alert.
That was pretty convenient of the fire to help me kill that guy. Probably saved me a couple seconds. Alright, so now we're gonna head this way. We have a map now, so I can actually look at the map, which is pretty handy. The fun part is watching people go through this game, realize they have a map, and they try to, like, actually use the arrow 100% instead of using the map, and then realize, wow, what am I doing wrong? And they can't figure out where they're going. Because, I mean, some of the levels can be pretty complicated. So we're gonna go behind these stairs, and we're gonna pick up a weapon called, I don't know, something Misery. I forget already. It's been a while. And we're gonna do the only time in this game where we do platforming, which is a struggle bus sometimes. So you'll see me pause and line up, because that'll happen if I don't. Because movement is really, really weird. Like, you just go full speed. There is only one speed. Dead stop or go full speed. And then, yeah, then that can happen. So if you don't line up your jumps on this, you're just gonna have a bad time. Would help if those guys had fallen down, because that guy got in my way. Not a big deal. Alright, so we got Robber King pretty much to make getting through this area easy enough to do. I just need to build meter. There we go. And that'll knock down most of these guys for me to get through pretty safely. Otherwise, I just have a bad time. Alright, there's another crystal here. There's a bit more money I want to pick up, which is just over here to the left. Nice box of 300 gold. And we're gonna try to get through here without taking too much damage, but there is a full heal when we come out of this, so it's not that bad. So like I said, there's a heal right here if you need it, so I'm not worried really much about preemptively using items. But we're gonna scoot on through all of this. This is probably the most Eris time you'll ever see in the any percent run. And I'm not joking about that. This level is pretty much played exclusively with Eris. Oh yeah, magic doesn't work. Again, undead are just immune to magic. Alright, cool. Alright, so we gotta get the key here for the dais. Then we have to go to the dais door to end the level. So right now the game is pretty slow with what's going on story-wise and within the game levels themselves. Not too complicated. So anyways, we got Apostate's Misery. Very good weapon for a little while for us. So we'll be using that. And hopefully getting a nice little convenient time saver on the next level. Alright, so first things first, we're gonna go ahead and equip our weapons. So Noe's got the soldier sword, so we're gonna go ahead and replace that. And then Eris has got the Apostate's Misery, so we're gonna replace her current existing weapon. And back out of that. And we're good to go. So this next level is a bit of an arena, so the faster you clear the arena, the less time it takes. The second to last phase is ogres, a bunch of goblins, and villagers. And the last phase is 2 Undead Nights, which we need to use Eris for.
I have no reason to fight you. Put away your sword.
At least while we have her.
We'll fight with you.
Wink, wink.
Stop. Please don't resist. You. It's all because of you that my friends are. Why?
Alright, we're gonna swap here to Eris. She does slightly less damage to these guys, but she has some pretty good range and crowd control. And we want to build some meter now, because we're gonna need it for when the ogres show up, to hopefully get a convenient time saver. And I'll go into some detail about the combo multiplier and hit count a little bit later, but if you played Dod 1, you'll be kind of familiar with it. It's a little bit different for this game, and you may already start noticing that. But you have to kind of pay close attention to it. And it's actually super important in all endings, not so important in any percent. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much, because I don't expect anybody to pick up this game and do all endings anytime soon. So this weapon, really good for wave clearing. And since there's a lot of villagers, they're only worth 1 XP each. Or else we'd be getting some pretty massive levels if it was more than that. Alright, so now the ogres come out. We're already over here, so that means I can try the time saver. And the goal is to basically kill these guys. First thing. These goblins here are what are going to heal the big ogres. And now we're going to switch to Noe to deal with them. Because Noe deals slightly more damage than Eris to the monsters, and they're more vulnerable from the head, so that's their weak point. So we do some jumping attacks. And you can die here, and I have died here in the past. Now that those guys are out of the way, we can finish up the level. Alright, so now the undead are gonna spawn. I'm gonna swap to Eris, who deals more damage to them.
I'm worried about Sir Zanko. Let's hurry.
Alright, and that's it. So we're done with this level, and we'll be heading into the next chapter. Still a lot more video game to go. So now that the Flame Deus is destroyed, Zongpo, which is one of the generals, or the Knights of the Seal there that was protecting it, has also died in the process thanks to Mana. Mana destroyed it, and just like Pax and Dod 1, these generals, if the seals are broken, they also die in the process.
There are enemies on the west side of the cave complex. Let's go.
Oops. Alright, so follow the arrow, use the map that we already have for this area. And the other thing, too, is if you don't already have the map for an area that you probably would have missed it on the first visit, the game will give you that map when you complete the stage automatically and or revisit the level. So, if you're confident enough, and the map is technically skippable, which there's a couple where it is, then you're totally safe to just, you know, not grab the map.
Are they trying to rescue her?
Where is one enemy? Alright.
No way. Take
Conveniently right by the door that we need to go through, so that's not bad.
There must be more traps inside the cave. Be careful.
Alright, so now we gotta head on to the other side. This level is relatively simple. It's the return to this area later in the game that this level could be a little dangerous, especially on New Game Plus, because it's just filled with archers. And archers are probably going to be your worst experience in this, because you can't block all the shots. You can block the first shot from an archer, but because you go into a recovery animation, you can't block the follow-up shots. And generally, if you're getting hit by one archer, you're getting hit by, you know, two others. So you can watch your health bar deplete rather quickly. So there's guys here on the lower floor, and then there's guys on the upper floor. So we're going to deal with them accordingly. Try to get through them. Usually at least one guy will like run back down the stairs, or I'll knock him down there. So there's likely one guy chilling in this corner over here. Yep. Doesn't surprise me, always is one guy down here.
Damn it! The prisoners are rebelling!
It's up to General Gizmo.
So now the timer's blue, like I mentioned before, so it's on a timer. So that means that we have to get back to wherever the game wants us to go. Which is conveniently right here. So as long as you make it back here within the time, you should be good.
Cornered them at the entrance.
And since we have some meter, we can help clean up these guys relatively easy. So, the jump attacks that I'm doing, so one thing to note about them is they deal a lot more damage than a regular attack. So, when I got the opportunity, I'm definitely going to be doing them. And, it's useful very much towards a specific boss later in the game, towards the end. And that's for a whole other reason. Not just because it deals slightly more damage, but there's a particular thing about that attack
Why did you?
that makes it very nice to use. Compared to alternative methods that I've tried in the past, or like we used to do. Alright, so Mana is being tried for being so-called a witch or whatever. Eris wants to burn her at the stake, because that's what Eris does. And now we're on the chase. So Amanda's fleed away in a stolen airship, so we're gonna head on after her. So we have some more flying missions, and this starts getting you a bit more into
Just stop that. They took our ship.
more of the nitty gritty for Dog 2 going forward, where things aren't as they appear. They aren't like what they appear to be. So I know it looks dumb, but me shoving myself into the airship's hitbox is kind of intended, because I want to hit regular dragonfire shots on the ship, because they can hit more than once, and I want to blow up the engines while I'm doing it because they give bonus experience. And if the ship dies, that's good. So if we blow up the ship and majority of the engines, we get a lot more experience, which is in the thousands, which is super useful. So that is exactly why we do this. Alright, so onward we go. So we shot down Mana's ship, and next course of action is obviously to track down where she landed. So, this level is pretty interesting because it took me a while to get decent at it. It has some little bit of quirks to it, and it's easy to lose quite a bit of time in it if it's your first time. They don't have access to a map for most of the level, so that's just something to be aware of. So as we enter the cave, we hit a crystal to gain access to it, and there's 3 more crystals that we have to hit to get through this valley. And so we're going to activate all of those. There's a crystal right in front of us where we came out, but there's also a crystal right up here that we're going to hit. And then we're going to turn around, and we're going to hopefully land, if the game lets us. Head over to this crystal and pass on through. And then up this way. We have another area here. There's 4 stones, and in the absolute center of them is some red smoke emitting. We're gonna try to land on that. We got a message when we're like kind of on it. I don't know why it's not lining up. It should be like right here. Where is it? I usually like land right on it. Okay, here we go. And I hate how precise sometimes it wants me to be. So dumb. If I move ever so slightly out of it, it just doesn't work. Like, it's so dumb. Here we go. I don't know. It's really weird because sometimes you'll be right on top of it, other times you won't be. But I mean, that's the only annoying part. Alright, so this is where we get the map for this area. We're gonna do some hovering out of range. And we're gonna hit these guys kind of off screen as we go through here. Again, abusing homing and regular dragonfire shots to quickly kill enemies. And since our dragon here, Legna, is only in the lower levels right now, we can only have 4 lock-ons. So they're going to give us the map, immediately hop on, and we're going to go this way. Now, map look like a dead end, but what do you know? You can go over these trees. Also got to fly really low into this tree line over here.
Someone's been hiding
I'm gonna try not to get stuck. Go up. Legna. Legna. Come on. Okay, so I'm supposed to be able to fly through that and then jump down right here like that, but for whatever reason, the game decided not to let me off because of the cutscene. So then I got wedged in between the rocks because of Legna being a fat ass.
The knights are coming!
Alright, so we're almost at the boss and the end of this chapter. Alright, so boss fight versus Behemoth. There is a quick kill strat.
So easily.
We're gonna grab the Behemoth's attention and run it over here to the wall.
Kill the knights!
No way, they're
And we're gonna dodge out of the way. We're gonna start up a cyclone and then not do a cyclone, but instead stab it. Twice like that. Then he's gonna run that way. We're gonna lure him back over towards this wall. And have him hit it, and then do the same combo again. Boss is dead. That easy.
There she is.
No problems whatsoever. Best way to deal with that boss. That actually went really well.
Place for a criminal hideout.
Didn't troll me too much. So I'm actually really happy with how fast that boss went. Oops.
Is this also her
Okay, so teleporter maze, nothing too special about this. You go through the first one, you go through this one here, and then you have a bit of freedom of choice. So you can see that there is one over here, but instead we're going to jump up this ledge to the one up here instead, because it's faster. And then it'll lead us right over here. And we can just go through here and we'll be right where we need to be. Almost done with this level. We just gotta get through this last little bit.
We'll show them.
And then we'll basically be done with chapter 2.
The exit is near. We'll hold them here.
But a lot of annoying villagers along the way.
To bring peace back to this land.
Also keep in mind that I'm still under-leveled for, you know, what the game kind of expects me to be at this point, because I'm avoiding killing as much as possible. I only kill when I need to kill, basically. So yeah, we finished a boss, we got through a pretty lengthy level in decent time, and now we get to move on to chapter 3. Of 12. 12 chapters in this game, but like I said, not all of them are really long. Some of them are pretty damn short. And at the end of every chapter, as you start the new one, it'll give you a brief summary of like the previous chapters and what's happened. Alright, so Village of Stone unlocks. We're gonna have to go back to where we started the game at, which is back to the home of the Knights of the Seal at the Grand Shrine. Thank you for the good luck. Much appreciated. Hello, Lurk. We're gonna meet up with Gizmore. He's finally gonna reveal to us that he's poisoned us. We're gonna be dumb and not tell anybody that we got poisoned, because, you know, we're a dumb little boy. And, you know, if we told the one person that grew up with us through childhood, you know, you'd think they would believe us. They probably would, actually. But he doesn't, because he's dumb. So instead, we're gonna be poisoned, try to escape without dying, and make everybody think we're the bad guy now. Because
I have to remember
reasons.
to keep healing myself.
Because I guess without all of this, they'd have a real hard time explaining what's gonna happen from here on in with the story.
Please, put away your sword.
Alright, so we're gonna deal with some knights.
Let me
Yeah, grab this safety health over here, since my health is depleting. Oh my god, why are they attacking me in that pattern?
Please don't bother me.
Alright, that's
Just let
one.
me go.
There we go. Alright, so we're gonna grab the money on the way out as well.
What happened to me? Maybe.
It's a good level for some money. I know our HP is like extremely low, but we're okay. Mission's over. Again, we're trying to avoid using healing items as early as possible. Because we want to bank as much of this money as we can. Alright, so we're gonna go forward here. We don't need to do any shopping yet, but we will be doing shopping soon.
Don't let him get away. Capture the
So now that we've basically made ourselves a villain, we're going to escape
I can't.
and try to find mana.
Are we enemies now?
We have to kill this one ship. This one guy.
It's just the two of us now, like that. Just like before.
Very well. You're the
I mean, wow, come on. There we go. Alright, mission's over. "30 seconds flat, that's not bad." Alright. Chapter 3. Here we come. Alright, so now that we're fleeing, we need to make a pit stop and probably change our clothes so we're not identified right off the bat. But as you can imagine, that probably goes out the window pretty quick. Alright, so, when we stopped by in the town, the shopkeep told us about some merchants that he was waiting for to deliver some goods to him. And, what do you know, they're being attacked by monsters, so... Said, we'd be willing to go help find them, and yeah, we're gonna help them out now. So, even though we're a villain, we're doing something good. This level is pretty much entirely fly around with the dragon for a bit. Kill off these waves of enemies that are attacking the villagers. Let me another bunch over here.
Isn't that?
Why is my hover just stopped working there for a second? I don't know why it did that.
I can't believe our boss would lead us into so much danger.
Like those controllers put up with too much dog too. It's starting to give way. Yeah, I think the spring in the L2 is going. Alright, so we're gonna head back one more time to help out with that group.
Those merchants are under attack again.
This time they will have some more guys. Thankfully, there won't be too much more hovering left for me to do. So, gonna be some more enemies off in this distance over here, so we're gonna try to hit them off screen. Because unlike Dodd 1, they don't recover health off screen, but they do have basically infinite recovery frames, so like, as long as they're not in render distance, they would just kind of take the damage and don't do anything. But since they're just barely out of vision, and I'm using the map mainly to guide where my shots are going, and get into combat with these guys a little bit quicker. And as they approach vision, then we can get some lock-ons and aim at them a little bit better. Oh, and this guy's trying to run away. Alright, we got him. Alright, so now we're gonna head back to the boss, who's over this way. We gotta go in this cave over here.
Monsters.
Alright, so there'll be some undead here. Conveniently, you can just kill like that, which is pretty nice. Because otherwise, it's really slow, as you can see. Just trying to kill this guy, and he's just not cooperating. It's really slow with the Eris. Alright, there we go. A few more enemies. Oh my god, that was an unlucky bomb. Alright, so treasure chest up here that we need to go get. Which is about here. Kind of. A little too far. Alright, and we got a free weapon. So now this will be our new weapon that we use for a little bit, until we get our next weapon in the run. This weapon's a bit faster than what we're currently using, also has a slightly better special, but it's not as long range. It's more of an AoE around us than a forward attacking one. So we have Hunter's Joy, Dragon's Ult 2, so we have 6 target locks instead of 4 now, which is nice and convenient. We're gonna back out of here, we're gonna cancel the save. So my last run I did for practice was 5:24 in-game. That includes a cutscene and the credits. So had I avoided both of those and I was using the actual RTA timer, likely could have been a PB. Alright, so now that we're on with morning stream, we can continue. We're going to be coming up on a shop soon that we'll be doing, but we have to do a little bit first before we can do that. Alright, so we don't have to equip the weapon that we just picked up right this second. We can wait till the next air mission, or after this next air mission to do it.
We've come a long way.
I see some flies gathering in the sky.
Alright, so our goal here is to take out these guys. We'll try to pick up power-ups along the way. So we got some fire, which is a new one. It does like a bit of an AoE splash, and you can stack like 9 of them, which is kind of convenient. So it's a pretty good one. Ranking for power-ups is going to be blue, red, then white.
Requesting reinforcements.
Again, we're just going to try to clear out these guys as fast as possible. Use power-ups when we can. Anytime there's a cutscene, by the way, if there's a power-up on screen, it gets wiped. So be very careful about trying to get a power-up drop and then wiping it with a cutscene. I was saving some power-ups specifically to make the planes go down faster. After you kill 2 of them, the other guy will just kind of like retreat, and then we can continue on with the level. So now our goal is just to get to where we're going. Fortunately, some griffins in the way, so I'll have to deal with them.
In the end, it seems to be the only place I can call home.
Alright, done with that.
There's no way they...
Okay. Alright, so we're going to do our equip here. We can still do it one more level later, but we'll do it now while we don't forget. We're going to equip Hunter's Joy, replace our current weapon, and back out. And it'll just make our menuing on the follow-up mission much easier. We will be swapping out that weapon in like literally 2 levels, so it's not a big deal if you forget to equip it, but it is super nice for
I guess it's the only place
the level after this one.
Let's go. The air here feels so
Alright, so this mission is a bit difficult to navigate sometimes, like you can just get stuck on the walls as you're navigating. And you want to be going relatively fast, but you don't want to be going too fast that you lose control.
Maybe Mana felt like this as she ran.
So there's 3 crystals in this spot here to knock down the way that we need to go. So we're going to use some hovering around some corners and stuff to make sure that we get some angles that work for us. To kind of snipe the crystals, make it a little easier for us. So that knocked down this wall here. We're going to go around the right side, because that way we can wrap right and then get this crystal first. So working out the timing for this was a little bit interesting, because as soon as you activate the first crystal, a timer starts. And it's a bit tight, but if you start with over here, basically have quite a bit of time, even if you mess up. because you can get most of these crystals without really going into the areas.
My life will go back to the way it was.
You have to, like, get these crystals first, then go to the other one. It can be kind of annoying to do, so. Slight time save if you do it that way. And then that's it. That's it for this mission. You really don't have to kill anything at all for this one. This next one is a lot of knights and stuff that we have to take care of, so having the Hunter's Joy will make it a lot easier because it's a much faster and higher damage dealing weapon. And the special is kind of nice. Something to keep in mind.
Good.
So, pre-equipped with the Hunter's Joy, we can go into this level, which will get a new and much better weapon for a little bit.
We've got you surrounded.
And all we have to do is kill some knights.
Oh, can't hear me.
This is another good level that we got some XP on. 15 XP up top, which is nice. Now, the thing that I was going to explain earlier, that I'd saved for now, was the combo multiplier. You can see it on the right-hand side of the screen on the lower right. There is a hit gauge building up. It goes up by 1 every time I land a successful hit. And as it goes up, it does a couple different things. It will increase the amount of experience I gain. It will periodically drop healing orbs and magic orbs to refinish my health and magic. And at certain intervals, first starting with 30, then 60, 30, yeah, 30, 60, what is it? 30, 40, 60? No, 30, 50, 100, then 200 or something like that. It increments the experience up. So it starts at 1.2 once you hit up 30. And then it goes to 1.4, then 1.6, then 1.8, and then 2 times. Based on the hit counter. There's only going to be a few stages where you'll get your hit counter up into the hundreds or higher. So generally, you're only going to see me get it like somewhere between 30 and 80. But on some of the levels, if I was doing all endings, I'd be grinding specifically with Noe instead of doing the level fast. Just so that I hit XP values using that combo multiplier. Which allows me to stay in a level range that is more adequate for the difficulty. But still, throughout most of the run, you're going to be under-leveled.
Reinforcements are on the way.
So I had it at 133, but it reset. Which is fine. Now we just gotta kill these big bozos. So these big knights with the shields that can block damage, they have a nasty combo that could pretty much destroy me. So I want to kind of not have that happen whenever possible. Alright, so now we just gotta wait for a cutscene, or dialogue to play, to enable a cutscene, so we can finish the level. And so if you already collected our new weapon, we can go straight to this. Alright, so easiest thing for this right here is follow the left side of the wall. If you start running immediately in the direction with the lightning rods, you should be able to pretty much avoid all of the lightning strikes and not be worried about death.
Yes, what a coincidence. Maybe it's fate.
I haven't died yet to them. I have gotten hit every once in a while. But, I mean, it's fine. Alright, so now that we have Nana, we've met up with her, and she's helping us. We now have access to a magic caster for our group. A new weapon, her rod. And Nana is super damn strong. Like, she is really strong with her magic, so we are going to start using it quite a bit from here on in when we get the opportunity to. First things first, go ahead and equip our new weapon for Noe, which is Noe's sword, which has an ability called Sonic Boost on it, which is super nice. It's one of the few abilities on weapons that we don't really take full advantage of in any percent, but in all endings, it's a must-have weapon with Sonic Boost on it. House.
Shut up and let's go.
I stopped talking, now you have to take a shot. You're welcome.
I've never been this far before.
Alright, so now we gotta fly back through this area. We're trying to get away from what's going on. We're heading up here to the top left of the map, and this is where we'll be introduced to using mana and her magic.
Fight magic with magic. I'll show you what I can do.
So she's really good against magic users or mages. Basically destroys them. So we're gonna use her as much as possible to deal with all these bozos and capitalize gaining magic off them as well to make getting through this a little bit quicker than normal. Yeah, Pog mana. Alright, so deal with those bozos. But yeah, magic is really, really strong. As you can see, pretty much kills everything right now. And it's going to for most of the game from this point forward. So I'm purposely delaying my attacks right now when dealing with those guys so that I don't do a spin attack that mana usually does. Because that would be slow. And it would knock the enemies around, and I don't want to do that. I know mana deals less damage to these guys, but again, that's the attack we want to avoid. But the one thing we want to keep doing, like I said, is generate magic so that we can deal with the mages. And hopefully they stay close enough together that we can kill them all at once. If they don't, that's fine. Alright, towards the center of the map, there will be 3 boxes worth 300 gold each. So that's 900 gold if you're keeping track. And we need as much of this money as possible for stuff along the way. But we have my girl, we got mana. Alright, good thing we blocked this. Thanks for the free magic, bozos. Alright. Those guys are down. Now we just gotta deal with these guys. Alright, we're done.
It would be wise to avoid the skies for a while.
Alright. So, we're going to be getting to a point where we're going to do some buys, because we need a weapon from mana. But for now, we're just going to keep going through. Yeah, and the idea right now is just to bank money until we need to do our buys, and we'll buy some healing items after that for a while, because we won't be really spending too much money. Alright, so we go here, and then it's going to trigger a airship to spawn.
We have no choice. Let's wipe them out.
So, this airship has Eris on it, I believe. I believe it's Eris. Alright, it's all dead. Now we have to kill all these bozos. So the airship's like falling down really slowly and blowing up, so that's why I want to do that first, because I don't want to be stuck waiting for it. So that the mission ends right away, and we can avoid any dialogue that would have happened afterwards. And it just completes the stage a little bit faster. So slight optimizations here and there that you want to do. So we are finally arrived at the village of Sands. We start learning that they cut off the water supply going to the village, so obviously everybody's shriveling up and dying, including that lady's baby. So unfortunate that the baby is having some trouble. Alright, so first thing we're going to buy here is the shell earrings. We kind of want that. They reduce magic damage, or sorry, range damage by 20%. Which is a pretty big deal. And then we're going to go ahead and equip that now. And we'll leave those equipped for a majority of the run. So those would be a big help from here on in, because range damaged enemies do tons of damage, including a upcoming boss, which if we want to avoid using healing items for, and not get destroyed by some of its high damaging attacks, it's the best thing that we can do for ourselves. And it's relatively cheap too. It only costed like 3 1/4 worth of gold, so not too bad.
Let's head to the
Alright, cool little mission here. Just some combat arena, but we can go right to the edge here and get ourselves onto Legna to make killing these guys a little bit faster. And already be on Legna when it comes to opening this gate and flying through, which is convenient and saves us a bit of time. So now we can wipe out these enemies with Legna. That shall help make this really fast. In all endings, I would likely be on foot killing these guys for the experience. Because it would be a little bit faster for me to gain the experience on missions like that than trying to do some grind sessions later. So I've worked at the grinding and all endings to be pretty consistent throughout the run, so that I'm min-maxing the time spent on the levels to be a little bit more beneficial. Tracking down all these little bozos is kind of a pain in the butt, but not a big deal. Alright, so now the big knights spawn. We're going to DOD them. Level 1 DOD. And the reason for that at level 2 is that we instead eat them, which should basically kill them if we soften them up a little bit and then eat them with Fierce Fang. So that is currently what we're doing. Village will show up once we complete the bard about halfway.
You people are only valuable as sacrifice.
Num 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 num. Again, we only really care about these big knights. This will be the last one here. And then the gate will open, and then we'll have to use mana to kill some knights and some mages, but we already know that magic is really strong, so that shouldn't be a problem at all.
What
Alright, so we wait for that dialogue to finish.
I envy you.
We fly in here, it'll make us dismount the dragon. We have a limited time to do this as well. So we have to act a little bit quickly and deal with these mages and the knights. So we kill mages with one down attack or heavy attack. And we kill the knights with one spell cast because it can hit twice. The other thing is you have iframes when casting magic, so you definitely want to abuse that. We don't do too much abuse of it in any percent, but I heavily abuse it in all endings because it's the only thing that makes that even possible. And I am not joking. Anybody who's seen me do that run knows how much iframes I stress are very, very important when it comes to doing it. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and clear up these bozos. We're gonna Infernal Storm here to kill most of them a little bit more quickly for the time loss for the cutscene here, but it's worth it. Just shoot nukes with a dragon, no big deal. Alright, and that clears up most of the enemies except for the mages, really. So we're gonna hop off here. We're gonna swap to mana. Kill these two bozos really quickly. Hop on No Way to fly over there a little bit quicker. Should be like one mage or two over here. Soldiers, maybe. Alright, and there should be like one more mage over here, maybe two. Yeah, two of them. So, first instance of us using burst here. I mean, No Way with this weapon doesn't take too long to kill the sorcerers because of how fast it attacks. So, I mean, while switching to mana would kill them in one hit. It's about the same amount of time it would take for me to switch. So instead, we'll just kill them with No Way. Alright, onward we go. That's not what I meant to do. Continue. Alright. Heading into the next stage.
We're almost there.
So we're almost at the boss of this stage.
Let's go.
We have this level to do before that. It's not that bad of a level. There's some cannons here towards the end, and then we have to get through these gargoyle kills explode upon impact. Very scary level on New Game Plus, not so scary on any percent, especially with us having the accessory to reduce 20% range damage from all of these enemies, including these cannons, which in New Game Plus can one-shot you without the accessory, unless you're an absurdly high level. Alright, so now we're gonna go deal with these
Guardian also
mages.
their bond.
Gonna kill them with mana. So it's pretty much what we need to do is use mana mostly for this stage. Usually tackle it from the left to right, but this time we're going backwards compared to my normal, which is fine. Doesn't really change anything up too much. Maybe it'll give me better RNG, I don't know. Maybe this is pre-set up manipulation for Gizmore later when we get to that boss fight, and that boss fight can be incredibly RNG. Oh my god, I missed. Alright, so it's gonna force me to switch to no way to get over there. We're gonna go ahead and do that.
Something must be beyond that door.
And we're gonna land here, and we're gonna immediately swap to mana. I'm gonna hopefully run over here. These mages making it very difficult. Deal with that guy, deal with this guy. Another knight coming, kill him. Mages are kind of scared of mana, and they know better well why.
I wonder if this district's key is at the back of the shrine. Let's head for the dais.
Alright. So this level's over now, and we can get ready for the boss. So have you guys heard of seahorses before? Well, the next boss we're gonna fight is basically a seahorse dragon, which is named Kelpie. And I really don't like this boss sometimes. But it's more or less one of the easier bosses of the game. I think the rest of the bosses are much more difficult. It's a lot easier, especially with us having this accessory, which costs us like no money. Because it's specifically a ranged weapon, or a ranged one. Yeah, Seahorse Dragon. So we're gonna immediately hop on Legna, immediately fire Dragon Balls, and try to get phase 1 started, like that. Before it moves away, and then we're gonna hop back down here, deal with these mages. So these mages prevent me from using Legna to use Dragonfire against the boss. So as we progress through the phases here, we'll have to kill mages in order to use Legna, which is the only way to deal damage to that boss. So a lot of character swapping and stuff. And some precise movements and stuff that you want to keep tabs on. So Kelpie will do this thing where it'll go in the water and try to avoid my attacks. So I'm going to run over here instead, which is a little bit better and safer, and I will try to land shots as it comes up for air. Sides to at any point. And then try to get some sunlock shots on it, like that.
I'm sure we can still
Until the next phase starts. There we go.
Oh, you're so
Perfect.
slow.
And we're already close.
Really fast enough.
That means we can swap to mana. Deal with that guy, and then we'll up on Legna, fly across this gap here, which will be a lot quicker than running. Land, swap. Jumps. Oh, got interrupted. That was unfortunate. Alright. Swap back on to Legna. So now that phase 2 is done, we can start phase 3. We have an attack going on with an ice wall. Anytime that attack happens, just run away. Just fly around and run away. That attack, if all of it hits you, it can deal devastating amounts of damage. I would argue that next to the icicle attack, it deals more damage. And we're trying to get regular Dragonfire shots, like I said, because charged ones only deal 6 damage. Regular Dragonfire shots deal 36 or so on hit. So a lot more than 6. So regular Dragonfire shots 100% of the time if you can. Alright, so phase 3. So same strat, but now we have both sets of mages spawned. So we're gonna try to get through them. And as we're dealing with those, Kelpie's gonna fly around and try to hit us. So try to avoid taking damage with no way when that happens, because he's weak to magic. I know I've basically not explained how items and stuff works yet, but I'll explain that a bit later since we're not at that point yet in the run where it really matters. Playing this game casually, it will, but as the speedrun goes, not so much at this point. Alright, so that's the icicle attack I was worried about it throwing out at me. Alright, so now it's going to do the ice wall thing, so we're just going to fly around, wait for that to drop. So we're on the last phase of the Kelpie fight. We're going to try to avoid using healing items if we can help it. But since we have that accessory, we're doing good. And there we go. Pretty much a flawless Kelpie fight, no healing items used whatsoever. So that's really good. And like I said, it's much easier when you use the accessory for the 20% damage reduction on ranged. Because without it, a lot scarier, trust me on that. I took too many hits to have done that without the accessory. I would have had to at least use a healing item or two for sure. So that is always a good pickup for the run, and costs you little to no time and way less risky because you don't want to, you know, run into a problem where, you know, you're, you know, dying on a level, especially like that. So I'm looking for a weapon right now called Dreams Blossom, which is not in this shop, because I always forget. So, unfortunately, a wrong shop. It's in the updated Village of Sands shop that unlocked. And for some reason, I always go and check that shop. So we're gonna head back here to this level here. And finish up the last stage of Chapter 4. And conveniently, this is a mandatory shop stop anyway, so we basically lose no time other than what I did by going to the wrong shop. I'm not going to buy healing items yet, because I want to make sure I have the money for Dream Blossom. I'm going to be able to come back to the shop after anyways, so we're going to do a wrap-up on like a mandatory side quest, and then we can buy the weapon that we want. But if you wanted to, at that point, you can buy the guard earrings, which is what updated in that shop right at that time. And those guard earrings reduce 10% physical damage. Pretty useful in a lot of the missions that aren't air ones. But since a lot of the enemies deal both range damage or magic damage, you kind of want the shell earrings for that. This level specifically, shell earrings are good for, because there's a lot of archers and these tunnels up ahead. And they shoot explosive arrows, so yeah, that's fun. So we're taking a kind of specific line, and we want this chest here, because it gives us a magic charge for our weapon for burst, which gives us iframes during the duration, increased movement speed, and attack speed, and range. And that's super valuable. At least for now. If you take too much damage, there's a couple of heal spots along the way we can grab. But this level is not very easy. I will say that. It's pretty scary in most cases because of all the archers. And there's a pack of undead that we have to kill without Eris, so that's actually a little trickier than it sounds. So we're picking up money along the way because we need it. And this level is actually really good for some money. So if we need health, there's first health box that we can pick up here, and there's another one past this area up here with all these archers. So again, just trying to be a little careful as we're coming through this area. Just archers are literally everywhere. And they will even shoot themselves, which is convenient for us in some cases. So another 2k there, so we picked up about 3k worth of gold so far. Jump down here. Oh, I always get hit there. That's unfortunate. Now we gotta go this way around. Wouldn't let me take the shortcut. That's unfortunate. Alright, so anyways. Go this way. Gonna go over here. The game doesn't tell you this, but you need to come over here to deal with these undead. So mana does a little bit more damage to these undead than Noe does. You can tell when you deal more or less damage to an enemy if it's red or blue damage text. So that's how you know. The problem is mana is like very, very squishy. So you want to be really careful. But since we leveled up a little bit, we can deal with this. And just using counters and stuff make it doable. Alright, so now that we dealt with that, moving on forward. Swap to Noe here so we can grab this charge here. And that way we have some burst to get through this next area. Alright, so the next part here, we have to hit this chest. It tells us it's locked, and then it opens a door for us. And there's going to be a little bit more money in the hallway up ahead. And a bunch of archers. Now go ahead and activate... Oh, that didn't work out. It ran out immediately. Alright, so ideally we're going to try to spend our charges here. Help clear out some of these archers. Because we have to come back this way as well. And we definitely don't want to be dying on our way back. I'm going to go ahead and pick this up as well. It's health. And then we're going to go in this room here. We're going to swap to mana. Make sure we grab full magic bar. There's another couple boxes of 300 gold each. We're going to grab those. And then there's some mages up here we have to deal with that will heal each other as well. So ideally, we're trying to kill these guys as quickly as possible. These guys are a lot stronger than the previous mages, so they don't die as easily and they block more often. It's also unfortunate that they like to heal themselves. Alright, so now that those guys are dead, go up here, got this key. We're gonna swap back to Noe here so that we don't get pulverized by the archers. Then we're gonna head our way back to that chest now. We don't want to get hit stunned if we can avoid it, because it really does suck. I don't know why that didn't open. Alright, mission's over. Alright, so one of the earlier hard levels out of the way. We're good. And we're in some good bank. So now we can afford some healing items. We can afford our Dream Blossom, which is an upgraded weapon from Mana. And I'm not joking, like, this weapon that we're gonna buy can carry her all the way from this playthrough to New Game plus Extreme, which is pretty redonkulous, if you ask me. Very, very powerful Dream Blossom. So now we're gonna remember to go grab that first thing, because we need it going forward. We got about one or two more chapters before I'd consider this the halfway point of the run. So, but we're getting awfully close, though. Alright, so we're gonna buy Dream Blossom here, and then we're gonna buy some sort of files. We're gonna max out on those. We're gonna grab 2 of those, and then we're gonna leave. So that's almost all of our money at this point. We're gonna go ahead and equip Dream Blossom. Replace our current weapon with a much more powerful one. We're gonna adjust our items with better healing items. Alright, we're good. Alright, so now onward with Chapter 5. So again, like I said, there's 12 chapters in this game. So we're on pretty good pace, I would say, right now. We're a little bit under 2 hours still, about 1:47. And hopefully the goal is that we won't really need to be buying any more healing or stuff until the very end of the game. As much as possible, because things will get much more difficult as we go forward. Alright, so now we got the blue power-up that unlocks. We got a orb drop almost immediately, which is very, very convenient. So that made clearing those guys out super free. Now we start running into beholders. Super annoying enemy. I really, really hate them. Their homing attack is pretty ridiculous. Very, very scary enemy.
It's best to go to a city or town to gather information.
Alright, so we have the blue power up. It does have some homing capabilities on it, but it's not that good for that. So you want to kind of hit them straight on with it, but it does a lot of damage. It's like a machine gun. So machine gun damage is always good. Take down these beholders first if we can. Being kind of a nuisance. Alright, we got more of blue power up, which is fine. Missing a guy over here.
I don't know who
All right.
the deserter of the Knights of the Seal is, but I hear he's quite the fighter.
Some planes to deal with.
You won't get away.
Damn! They found us.
try to take out these guys. Missed the planes. That's unfortunate. Nice. Some good shots. Nice. Not too bad.
Gather in cities and towns in search of information.
Alright.
Shall we enter the town?
Good air level. Good air level. Alright, City of Rust time. So City of Rust is our first introduction to an enemy called Bandit.
Let's go to a densely populated area and gather information.
And the bandits can dodge our attacks
There must be an inn that would take
really
us
easily.
even this late at night.
So we have to try to set up for a counter on them. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I'm not at the spot. I have to go up here.
This town is pretty big. If we end up getting chased around, we'll only attract more attention.
Alright, grab this money and then we head over here. I'm skipping grabbing the map in this level because it's not super complicated to know where you're going if you've done it before.
You're wanted dead or alive.
Gonna hit that bandit with the barrel. They also have the fastest attack speed for an enemy, so you can imagine these guys in like New Game Plus where they have double and quadruple attack speed. Come on. Alright, cool.
You're wanted, no way.
Alright, so some more money for us to grab here. And then we're gonna talk to this guy, and there's some money behind him. Gonna grab that and continue forward here.
Somebody is observing us from the center of the plaza.
Security forces are heading our way. Let's hurry. We can probably get useful information from Mana's friends.
What? Oh, I went the long way. Whoops. That was unfortunate. I kind of went the long way around.
Damn! We can't fight them forever.
So, slight detour. I went the kind of long way. That's rather unfortunate, but... As you can see, Mana's really strong now. So, more one-shotty with magic, except for this one does way more damage. Alright, so we can go this way. And we just gotta head to the gate, and we'll almost be done with this level.
believe the northeast alleyways are somewhere around here.
Alright, a few more bandits to deal with.
You wanna fight?
Bandits have a chance of also dropping money bags, which are super convenient for us. Come on, bandit. I'm gonna pick up this health for safety because I don't trust these bandits, especially not in a marathon run. There we go. There's some gold in this here too, so we made 4K right there. And there's one more bandit over here that we need to get rid of. Conveniently. Use these barrels a little bit to help us. Alright, so this chest back here will spawn. I don't know what's turning me around. So this will be our new weapon upgrade here. That'll carry us for a little bit with no way, and then we just gotta run back out here and we're done. Alright, and we meet the most handsomest of all devils, Uruk himself. There's a pretty awesome cutscene with Uruk. We're gonna go ahead and skip it. Let's just say he shows the bandits why you need to fear Uruk. And it's not just because of his handsome and devilish good looks. He has a really, really big schlong. I mean, that's his deep, dark secret. No one really gets to bear witnesses to it. So, I mean, he just zooms in on his face and him opening his shirt. You know, showing off his good bod. Not afraid to show the world what he's got. But Uruk is handsome, and definitely wants to make sure everybody knows that. So, anyways, onward we go.
How'd you like that?
Takes off his helmet just for us. Got some devilish, good-looking purple hair. Well-mannered dude. With a scythe for a weapon. It's more like an axe, though, but yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Alright, so we're going to be forced to equip Uruk now. Uruk is a mean SOB when it comes to monsters, like I've said. Really good against those. And so we're going to equip Uruk's weapon here. We're good to go. So, primarily be using Uruk for most of this chapter here, or most of this level here. Because he's going to kill a lot of things pretty fast. So we'll be taking advantage of that.
Time for some fun.
He also deals pretty good damage against humans. But there is some monsters in this stage, so... And Uruk's weapon is way more damage than Noe's. One of the reasons why we use it. Alright, so moving forward.
Front gate is no good.
Up some money here.
Northern Plaza.
Like I said, that previous stage, we didn't grab the map. Oh, looky, we have a map.
Forget the one-eyed man. We can't afford to get sidetracked.
Let's get out of here. They'll be back.
I gotta deal some guys here. Eric also has like the highest guard break for most of his weapons, so he can deal with these big guys with brute force. He also has a really good HP pool as well, so he can take some hits compared to Noe. Because he's also significantly higher level than our other characters right now. So it makes him far more useful. Alright, so we have a big monster dude.
Let me handle this.
Yurik's really good against monsters, so boom, dead. Easy peasy. 2 shots, all it takes.
The alleyway's no good either. Let's go out the front.
Alright, so we're gonna plow on through these guys. Normally in this level, after we killed that monster, we'd be killing guys with Noe. But we don't need to worry about that. We'll be high enough level by the time we get to the final boss of the game. So I'm not too worried about that. So things from here on in are going to start picking up pretty good as far as speed goes.
Here comes trouble. I've got a bad feeling about this. I remember.
All that gold that was on the ground. Obviously, when the chest played from the cutscene, it wiped it. Like I said, drops don't stay on screen for very long, and cutscenes will wipe them.
More of them.
Jump over these guys, and we're done. Believe in the power of Yurik. Alright, we got a pretty cool cutscene that we're going to skip there. A familiar fella that we may or may not have already seen or heard a glimpse of shows up in this cutscene. And obviously Mena is not too happy about that. Bringing back some terrible dark secrets from the past of 18 years ago that she had tried to forget. I guess the amount of alcohol that she consumed to block away said bad experience with said character obviously wasn't enough. So, I mean, back to drinking for her she goes.
They saw through our plan. This is going to be difficult.
They've even got the skies covered.
Blast our way through. Hold on tight.
Alright, so now we're gonna blast our way through these bozos. We got planes, they got airships. Pulling the whole arsenal out. Oh, that wasn't a quick turn. Alright, we got one of the airships and the planes there. Hoping for some more power-ups. Alright, that's not bad. Oh, I missed almost all of those. That's unfortunate.
As long as you have Legna, you're nigh on invincible.
Alright. Alright, Legna, it's Yurik. He's a handsome devil. You guys will get along just fine. Alright, so got a power up here, which is good. As big ship shows up.
It's a big one.
And we wanna have that for dealing with this guy. Make it slightly easier.
That's no ordinary man. Who is he?
Like I said, I'm just gonna kind of run myself into the ship here. Not the safest way to deal with this guy when it comes to New Game Plus. And I have the 20% damage reduction earrings on, so it's not too bad. Relatively safe. Alright, so we gotta wait for the ship to explode. It's gonna run into the ground and then mission complete. If anybody has any questions, by the way, about Drakengard 2, or any of the Drakengard games, feel free to ask. I, however, will say refrain from asking questions specifically about Nier Automata, because that is a game I no longer speedrun currently, and have not for many years. So, nothing too special with this level, a bunch of enemies to kill. There's a bunch of guys on these archer towers off in the distance that we're hitting. And we want to hit them before we get into range, or else, you know, archer issues. So exactly what I'm trying to do here is pick off these archers off in the distance. Make sure I got them all. Because any stray archers can kind of screw things up for me. Alright. Should be all of them. Now we just gotta kill enough of these enemies. Now that's a lot of damage. Someone get out the flex tape quick. Alright. So mages to deal with, so obviously we're gonna use our beloved mana here. With our upgraded staff, we'll be able to deal with them relatively quickly. Just one quick tap. Gonna grab these money boxes along the way. For all the ones that I can remember. And these guys cast weird magic. They shoot it in a bit of an arc. So, just be a little careful of that. So mana is weak to melee, but strong against magic. So these guys just kind of tickle. Really do love the music for this stage. Gets you amped up. Stands for Dragon Overdrive, Alice. That's what DoD stands for. Alright, so now we're gonna hop on Legna. Finish up the rest of the buffoons here that spawned. Activate another DoD level 3.
The dragon's power never fails to impress me.
Almost killed enough with that. Alright, we're good. So some monsters are gonna spawn. Killing those archers will make dealing with these guys with Uric a little bit easier. Some survived apparently. That's one down. Alright, 2. Alright, 3. Now we just have to storm the Citadel. We'll be getting a new weapon for Uric at the end of this chapter as well. We're gonna fly into the air, we're gonna kill these beholders. Which are easier than any of the other beholders. Which is nice. They don't nearly move around as much. Alright, perfect. So that chest will spawn. We're gonna go down to the arch here, jump down. There's like archers lining this entire wall, so trying to avoid that. Alright, cool. On this level.
This door, it's locked.
A little bit more until we're at the next boss, which is the next Knight of the Seal. Executioner Axe, good weapon for Uric, massive increase for him. I'm gonna go ahead and equip that now. Still haven't used any healing items, so that's good for us. Off we go. Alright. So we're heading off to the next Knight of the Seal. Gotta do this level first. And the next knight is named Yaha. Yaha has a pretty interesting pact. We'll get into a little bit about that when we get to it.
I suppose traps are commonplace in fortresses. Let's stay alert.
We gotta make it through his fortress here. Bye-bye. Grab this money. Again, this is level super dangerous on New Game Plus because of all the archers. Basically, any level from this point forward, very dangerous. 90%, a little bit more lax for me. I've had practice. I'm gonna use Uric for this. Because Uric can just eat through these guys with his guard break. Ooh. You guys are comboing me really good. Alright, let's split them up a little bit. Alright, not too bad. So, yeah, like I said, Yurik's level 19 now. Get him at level 8. Or, I think it's 16? I think we get him at level 16. So, this particular room, Yurik is a bit of a thick boy, so he's able to move through this fog without being pushed back. So, a little bit of the trick for that room is to use Yurik. Grab this free heal here. The money box here on the way out we'll grab. Again, this is all just setting up for another buy a little bit later. And some extra healing down the road in the event that we need it. Which we may or may not. Depends on how things go.
How do I open this door?
Go ahead and pre-swap to mana for this upcoming room. Take a little bit of damage, it's not too big of a deal. In fact, we're almost at a level 2 charge here, so I want to kind of get that. There we go. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna push these guys together like that. Tornado, instant death. Boom, bada bing. Alright. Mana. Just use mana for this room. Easy peasy. Run right away, run up to the crystal. Boom, bada bing. No hit by lightning. All easy. I don't really need the healer from there, so we'll skip that one. Gonna grab this money chest on the way out. Also, I'd conveniently switch to Yurik. Just so I can get past this hallway, and then I'm gonna swap back to mana for dealing with the hallway with all the mages in it. It'll be coming up. So this door over here that was previously closed is now open. Swap back to mana. Because if we took a shotgun in the face with any other character like that, we probably would have died. Alright, so we're gonna go in this room here. Swap to Yurik to kill this skelly boy. It's just slightly easier with the guard break. Kinda convenient that the skeleton wound up there. Alright, so we kill all those guys, we run into the room. Run back into the room. Got some soldier boys. Give us a map. This is mandatory, by the way. Pick it up. Now we know how to get to the boss. Swap back to mana. So we don't die in the hallways to all these mages. Gonna hit this illusionary wall right here. Go down the stairs. And we have a bit of a dungeon room to get through, and then we're at the boss. I really do like this boss fight coming up. Took a bit of time to get really good at it, especially for New Game Plus or Extreme Mode.
What are these symbols on the door?
But it's a fun time. All right, so we're gonna open this door. We're gonna swap to No Way. Kill these guys. Again, we have a much stronger sword now. So it's gonna make killing these guys a lot easier. Oh my god, can you please open the door? You. We gotta open these doors in a specific order. You don't have to go in all of them. but you do want to open them up. Alright, cool. I gotta open this one. This weapon is for Yurik, but we don't need it. Or actually, it's not for Yurik, it's for Noe, but we don't need the weapon because it's not very good. We'll be getting a much better weapon later anyways. I believe that weapon is called the Karen Maker. It's a slow, short-ranged weapon. Alright, we need some good bank, finish the level in a good amount of time, and now we're getting ready for boss. Alright, so Yaha made a pact with gnomes, and I apologize in advance for the horrible noises you're about to experience. So, I mean, if you don't want to lower your volume, that's cool with me, but there's going to be some pretty loud, horrible noises for the next little bit. At least for the first few minutes of this fight. So... this is relatively a two-phase boss fight, kind of. But in order to get to the last phase, we gotta get through a couple rounds of dealing with gnomes. So first things first, swap to mana. We're gonna hold block immediately coming out of that. We're gonna immediately go to items. We're gonna use an enchanted vial. We're gonna cast a level 2 tornado. Kill all these gnomes right off the bat, and that's the noise I was talking about. Their death noise is... something. And I'm using the mini-map to figure out where these guys are, because they just run all over the place. Kill all of them, and then the thing spawns here that we chase down here. This is a very dangerous level on New Game Plus, because those things can basically one-shot you. Go back into the center here, go down here, use another enchanted vial, charge up another level 2 tornado, kill a whole bunch at once.
Sometimes an excess of charm can kill a man. Oh, no way. Those eyes, they excite me so. They're the same as General Orwell.
Alright, got him. Chase this guy down here to advance the phase quicker.
What's the matter? Is that all?
That was almost all of them. Really good. Alright, cool. Last phase of the boss. This is one of the harder phases.
Let's play some more.
In New Game Plus, this guy can one-shot you. So, there's a very specific way I try to deal with the boss. But messed up there. Thankfully, this isn't New Game Plus yet. Basically, you gotta time all your dodges. And just circle strap him. If he picks up that, hit him with a magic if you have it. Make him drop it. Because that attack is really hard to avoid. Okay, so, cool little strat. I'm gonna swap to Noe before the boss is actually dead. And Noe gets levels. Instead of all the XP going to Yurik. Super important to do that. It helps a lot. Because Noe is the one that's going to be finishing up the rest of the game for us later on. And he is under-leveled. 10 levels lower than all of our other characters at the moment. So, just keep that in mind as we progress further and further through the game. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and equip items. We're gonna restock on our enchanted vials that we use. I'm gonna put back on a restorative vial, because I only need one. And we're almost at the halfway point of the run. Alright, so we revisit City of Rust here. We have to help this old man with these bandits. And I really don't like them. Trying to deal with them as best we can. Hopefully the old man doesn't die, because if he dies, it's a fail. Oh my god. That was brutal. There we go. 2 for 2, that's good. Now, I've only gotten a gold bag from every one of these bandits on this stage, maybe 3 times. But if we can get as much gold bag drops from these guys, we'll be pretty good for our last shopping item that we want to get, and healing items later. I think we've been doing pretty good with money so far. We haven't had to go out of our way to do an extra heal. Buy extra heals or anything like that. In fact, we haven't really used any healing. We've maxed out on recovery vials and we're still have them all. The only thing we used was the enchanted vials we bought earlier for that boss that we just did. Problem with this weapon, while it does more damage, it's a little bit slower, even though it has good range. Oh my god. Alright. A little bit low on life. It's not something I want to have happen here.
He's tough. I never heard he was so strong.
Might actually have to use a heal on him for once.
There's no way.
There we go. Leveled up, I gain a bit of HP, so we're good. Alright, so we gotta talk to this guy. He's the informant of the town. And then the bandits go, hey, we'll help you. I don't trust them bandits. Not yet, anyways. They're only in it for the money. Alright, so they lure us to the center. Turns out it's a trap. Go figure. Swap to mana, level 2 magic charge, whittle them down a little bit.
Last time, but this time I'm ready.
Alright, summons the next wave of guys. Gonna swap to Yurik here. No way, it's a little bit too low life here to risk.
It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down.
Alright, so these big boys get summoned. We're already a Yurik, so we can just two-shot them like we did before. Oh, he hit me before I can do that. Hello? Try to kill all these goblins. Well, tornado. Swap to Yurik. And finish these last few guys off. Alright, we're done.
Your city.
Alright, so now the city has been saved. Knights are no longer having a presence here. We can move on. Now we're on chapter 6, so it's approximately the halfway point of the run. I head over to Endless Grounds now. Revisit. Won't be staying too long here though. Bit of a cutscene with a figure that we should be very familiar with if you've played the Drakengard games before, or at least, you know, maybe Dog 1. Flying segment, usually at the start of every chapter. We learn about our second to last special breath, which is a big, oh my god, I'm firing a laser attack, which is pretty difficult to aim. Usually kills everything in its path. It's very narrow. It does go pretty long range, but not nearly as good because of the difficulty to aim that one. Oh my god, I'm trying to get the power-ups while I'm still attacking stuff. Alright, that one changed to blue, so that's good. You wait long enough, they turn really, really fast the first time they drop, so they get slower and slower on changing as time goes on. Alright, so Legna's 14, so that's good. We don't want yellow. Okay.
It's too something's up.
Alright, so killing going on.
I think we can break this rock apart with some impact.
I came here in pursuit of mana. Now I'm...
So and instead of fighting them on the ground with no way, we're gonna jump in the sky and kill them all with Legna. Normally, if I was doing this with for all endings, I'd definitely be fighting them all on the ground because this is one of the few levels where you earn the times XP relatively easily. And since these guys, when you're fighting them on the ground with no way, give like 24 XP each, that's quite a bit of experience in general. Levels. This level's really good for that. Alright, so we got monsters coming, so that means Yurk time.
Monsters are my speciality.
That was unfortunately mistimed. Alright, so one more group of Minotaurs up here to kill.
Open your eyes, Eris.
That one got yeeted. Nice. Group, and then we can go kill the wizards.
Superhuman. Is it because he is the son of a dragon?
Oh no, they're spoiling context to the story. So yeah, we're a son of a dragon. We're finally catching on. Everybody's giving away noise. That's why he's so special. There we go. Now we can go. So again, gonna use mana to deal with them. They like to run though. Everybody knows who Mana is except for Mana, Noe, and Yurik. So these guys are running for a very good reason.
Where are the other ships?
Alright, so we're gonna swap. There's gonna be some airships to kill. Alright, so more knights and stuff show up. So we're going to blast them all away with we gotta kill some more. Here. Or DoD 3.
No, you're still. Wake up.
Alright, another batch. We're almost done.
He's coming. No, go away.
Right. almost at our next boss, which is probably... I like the next boss that's coming up. Big pivotal moment. And the game's story, too. We lose mana now for a little bit. We just have no way.
The skies are heavy with enemies. We're in trouble.
And Eris is like, "You're blind, can't you see that she's gonna doom the world and blah blah blah." We're gonna down the ship here. Again, we're gonna run ourselves into the ship as much as possible to get regular ourselves lined up right. Or even tailing behind it. We can do really good doing exactly that. Even getting on the sides as we're gliding works really well. Alright. Ship's down.
We're going down.
Now we just gotta wait.
Man.
Here we go. Next chapter. We're on chapter 7 now. Things are gonna... So we're trying to track down Mana. They kidnapped her from us.
The District of Shining Light. It's heavily guarded, but we've no other choice. Let's go. Then
Air tower is nothing too crazy.
so we're going to need to destroy it first.
Easier mission. Level. So this level is a little bit dangerous because there's mages and stuff that we have to try to avoid. And they could kill us relatively easily if we run into any of their shotgun attacks. So let's just not have that happen. A lot of very... Alright, so our goal right now is to go track down these knights that are running to all corners of this map. And one of them will have information on where Mana is. And he doesn't want to cooperate. Thankfully, the mages aren't right at the door. Ow.
It's an end without an end. An end without a beginning.
Anna must be here
Alright,
somewhere.
good enough.
I have to find her.
Mages. That's good. So we can fight them on our own. Now we're gonna go over, deal with these mages. Well, not these mages, but get this guy over here.
Where is she?
Please, grant me the gift of eternal sleep. And
There's no way we can stop them. Let's secure the girl at least.
Ship is preparing to take off from the other side of the cave.
Hopefully we can make it to the healing safety item up ahead. Gonna grab that just in case. Now we just gotta make it through this. Alright, so we're gonna get Legni here so we can fight all these airships.
Another company has already taken her.
Hop. That was unfortunate, I got hit twice. It's a good thing we picked up that healing item, because if we didn't pick it up, then probably would have died from that hit.
You all right, Yurek?
Do not let Noe take the girl.
Legna. on the move again. Let's go.
I got a pretty good bunch of damage lined up on them when we had that special. And we just gotta wait over here for the ship. Unless she'll drop off mana. And just... Alright. So we're going to be getting a weapon improvement coming. Faster attacking weapon. And it'll get us through the next little bit till we get a much better one. So we're back here in the Grand Shrine trying to look for mana. Lots of archers here. Be a bit careful of them. I'm gonna try to avoid any extra fighting. Only when it's deemed necessary. Alright, so we got
Coming. It's the Dragon Child, the Demon Child.
more XP than early on. And with the combat multiplier active at 25 a pop. Makes for some good. So that's good stuff. Grab our weapon here before we advance so we don't miss it. on enough of these levels, you kind of understand where you need to be going, which is nice. But I've easily gotten lost on this level while learning this game, and gone left side instead of right side. So these guys shoot poison arrows. And because this weapon, decent damage and has burst, I can increase my attack speed, range, and damage with it, which is nice. Makes dealing with a lot of these enemies pretty simple. Oh, that could have been bad. Snuck up on me. Alright, so we're gonna swap to Yurk now. Because Noe's a little low life there. This guy should just like flop on the floor from skipping a cutscene too fast. We didn't even get to see it. We skipped it even faster than normal. Crazy. Alright. So we're making it up to the main room. And we're gonna face off against Gizmor second time. But it's not gonna go the same as it did back in Chapter 1. It's gonna be a lot different of a fight, and a bit scarier of a fight. Play for that fight if we need to.
The priests are gone. Their hierarch, Sere, is gone too.
Alright, so to get the key for Gizmor's room, we gotta go over here. And that was good, double counter.
No! Our defensive line is breaking!
Room now.
I love how flat he says that line. Like, I go Gizmor room? Yep. Yeah, yes, Noe. Yes. Your brain is deteriorated. Your sanity is gone. But yes, you can go fight Gizmor. Alright, done with this level. Now we have a boss fight. Alright, so that weapon there that we just got is going to help us deal. The other thing we're going to do here is we're going to Just for safety, so that we have some iframes, so that we're not using our healing items, because we want to save those. And magic items are way cheaper to buy than healing items. Magic items cost half as much as a healing item, so using iframe abuse can help you save. We're going to use that earlier strat I talked about stabbing him after you start a Cyclone, but not actually do the Cyclone attack. We're going to run ourselves into him instead. Like, we got, like... Like, look how much damage we do. Like, it's kinda dumb.
You still fight for others. You're pathetic. I'm not done yet.
Yeah, it's been a while. Alright. So he's gonna use that attack, so we iframe through it.
It's just begun.
Alright, we're done. We didn't have to use a single healing item. I know it got a little risky there, but we're all good. Alright, so now that we're done with that, we have to escape.
When the 10th bell rings, Mana's finished. I have to hurry. That was the bell! Mana, where are you? Mana, where are you? I'm here to help! Answer me! I can never forgive him. He shall die for his crimes.
Alright, so we didn't actually kill Gizmore yet. We have to do another encounter with him later. She's executed.
Don't let them go underground.
Oh, I get it. The underground holding cells. Let's go, Noe.
The woman in the cell next door.
Too bad, you're dead. Alright, so we gotta play a little bit of an RNG game at the end of this level, and that's, which door did they hide mana in? And I'm hoping that we get it in, like, 1 or 2 guesses. I guess some of the rooms will cost me quite a bit of time if I guess wrong.
You won't
So this weapon does a lot more damage, attacks much faster than what we were using. We had like a 50 damage weapon, now we have like a 70 something damage weapon, so we'd be laughing a little bit because of how much faster it is. Still get iframes through it, so that's still useful. That was close. I could have died from that. Thankfully I didn't. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to Yurk there for safety's sake for this next bit. Got 2 more knights here that'll give us some keys to advance. Wow, that was weird.
I can only open one door with this key. I need to choose wisely.
Alright, trying first door. Right, Unite, someone's gonna have to ping 2 worlds then. If the capture needs to be refreshed at all. I don't really have a chance to do that yet. There we go. I was like, why is that putting it in the wrong spot? There we go. Much better.
All right, we're on.
Now I gotta deal with some skulls and some reapers. Oh, he's doing the little glitch with the scythe. So if you go too far for whatever reason, the Reapers don't actually have their... It's the unfortunate bit, so I'm waiting for them to throw it. I can deal damage to them. Alright, there's one more Reaper here.
Dismount now. Hey, princess, smile.
Alright, there we go. Alright, through this level. Alright, so now that we got our whole party back together, we can head on through the rest of this chapter. Alright, so mainly using Yurik through this chapter to get through these tunnels with all these monsters. Pretty much one-shots everything, so best case for him.
There are 3 rooms of life in this case. Sacrifice a... This is the sacrificial room. And look, we can sacrifice those enemies. It's time to sacrifice. Stained with the blood of those they consume.
Alright, so 1 of 3 done. There. So for this room, we need to swap to mana, drain some life, which is a bit risky for the third part.
I feel like I'm going to.
Death is terrifying. Nothing lies beyond death.
One more room to go.
Just gotta make it by those ogres. Head to the last room here where we'll use mana. So we gotta break their shields. They're immune to magic just like all undead. And we're gonna try to get them stuck. There we go. We got both. So we can swap back to Yurik and finish the level and head to the boss.
But then life's no picnic either. The wall that blocked the path to the altar is gone. Let's go.
Alright, on to the boss. But it's relatively easy once you understand the concept of the boss fight. But all the attacks are avoidable. There's certain things you can do to force the AI to react a certain way. Use that to your advantage. So we have to fight Crime, the aforementioned main character of Dot 1. So, similar strategy. So every time he backs up to cast, we chase him down. Because if he gets too much distance, he'll just continue casting magic. And that could potentially one-shot us.
It's all right, Yurik. I'll save you somehow. Does Kain want to kill Yurik? Does he wish to free the district? He must have a weakness.
Oh, fuck. We'll just continue from the start of the fight. Not a big deal. Two Worlds might be asleep, and the only other person I know that can fix it would be Rod. If it's an issue. Because it's not on my end. Considering my internet's basically duct taped together at the moment.
Dying hurts. It hurts the mind and body. I'm sick.
Stay calm. Make
Alright, we're gonna safety heal.
your moves count. Does Kaim want to kill Yurik? Does he wish to free the district?
Hey, no way. I think our reunion was fate. Or something like it. You'll grow stronger. Don't take the wrong path.
There we go. Done. Alright, so. Yeah, Two Worlds just needed sleep, definitely. I just know that it's not for me.
My boy.
Where'd we go? On to chapter 8. Not much left of the run to go at this point. Things are going to start speeding up a little bit after this next bit. So we'll be heading to the Castle of the Goddess shortly. We gotta make our way there. And deal with some other stuff along the way. But we have a whole other chapter before we get there, so... Got some longer levels coming up for this chapter.
There are 3 barrier towers. The enemies are guarding them. The knights will use any means necessary to stop us. Be careful.
2 more to go.
Alright. Big giant ship to deal with.
Bring out all the weapons we can use.
Got a power up to drop here. That would be kind of nice.
The last district. Will it all end once the last district is gone?
It's all over if they bring
That takes care of that ship. Nice.
Dragons are not immortal. We can take them down.
Alright. Speedy time, yeah. Everything starts speeding up a lot in the run from this point on. We got through quite a bit of chapters in a short amount of time after this point. We just got some longer levels to deal with first for this chapter, and then... These are also some of the more dangerous levels now. Especially this one. Not this particular level yet, but once we're inside the clock tower. It's a very dangerous level and very long one if we die on. Pop a couple of these barrels quickly and then move on. We're not going to be spending any time leveling, really. Or zooming. If it was all endings, we'd be sitting there grinding off those guys for a few minutes. We're gonna use mana tornado here, take out all these guys. Nice and easy.
We'll be overpowered.
And then we're gonna swap back to No Way. A lot of mana, so.
Don't let them through.
Oh, I didn't recover from that landing. That's unfortunate. Alright, so this level is super scary in New Game Plus because these lines of arch like I said, even in any percent, these archer lines can be brutal. Oh my god, hit the archer line. Thank you. But yeah, that archer line is scary, and there's one more up around this corner. swap to mana for this next bit here. We have 2 tornado charges, just enough to get through these knights. Right, so for these 2 guys, we're gonna go over here. Nate. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, so we're gonna push these knights together. Hopefully. No way. You might also notice that I don't have Yurik anymore. Like, Yurik's weapon is automatically removed because he did. Him and Kaim got into a bit of a fight, a kerfuffle. He is also dead, because that is how that goes.
No, I couldn't have made it here without.
So we gotta finish the rest of the ascent to the clock tower here.
Let's put an end to this war.
And we still got one more stage after this before we're inside the clock tower. Oh, well. And we're still under leveled with Noe, so I mean things hurt. Oh, Yurik, yeah, unfortunately.
To do with it. Impossible.
Alright, so we're just gonna try to avoid these guys. But like I said, like not using healing items early in the run before this point, very good thing. Because these levels are where you will all hurt a lot. And it's just how it goes. Alright, so this pact. His pact was that of time itself. So he lost his physical form. And upon approaching him, Eris being there trying to stop us, was put in the way harm's way. So, no way killed his childhood friend who had a crush on him from the very beginning. And he seemed to have forgotten that. So he's a very bad boyfriend. Sort of vial. Or a enchanted vial, that's why. Okay, cool. We're all good to go. Alright, nothing special about this next mission, just we have to open up with killing a bunch of cannons, and then we have to kill some dudes, and then ascend. But we have to wait for Legna to get here.
Oh, tell me why she had to
So,
die.
good chance to level with Noe.
Used up and thrown away. It's disgusting.
Catch up on some XP using the combo multiplier. As you can see, we're catching up on levels pretty quickly now, because we're at 2 times multiplier. Alright. Now Legna's showed up. Now we can deal with the cannons that are harassing us before we deal with the ground targets.
I would have given up if I'd lost Legna.
Down to my wing.
Alright, so now we can deal with all these bozos down here. Let's soften them up a little bit and then get rid of the... Be a lot quicker than trying to land to deal with them any other way.
Is Gizmo a pact partner too? That would explain things.
Alright, this will be the last night that we eat, and then we can fly up the tower. And begin the final level,
I'll take you to a spot at the top of the tower.
Nice, under 5 minutes, so that's good for that level. Literally one of the harder levels of the game, next to the Castle of the Goddess. And Castle of the Goddess is only hard because of the last section of it. This entire level can be annoyingly brutal, and if you do die in it, it's pretty awful, because you have to really redo this entire... I'd rather die in Castle of the Goddess and lose 5 minutes than losing like 10 in this level.
Here we go. This is the final key.
Alright, so first things first, I need to kill these guys so I can get a weapon. Or else fighting Gizmore, the boss, will be a little bit more difficult. Opens a bunch of doors. And if I run straight ahead, I can get a free weapon. It's easy to miss. And these particular weapons, the one I'm currently using and the one I'm about to get, do bonus damage to... but it's useful to have. And that way you guys can see what I'm doing, where I'm going.
This place is enveloped in time distortions. That's why
It's not a complicated layout of a map, but it's got some quirks to it, like slow-mo rooms and stuff like that, which make it very difficult. And stuff. I really do need all my mobility. Alright, so this room, best thing I can do is use mana and try to push forward. As I get rid of all the soldiers, dealing with the mages is a little easier with mana. Because I can basically one-shot them. Because if mana gets hit by him, if I mess up a counter, then it's smell disaster with all these knights running in behind me as well. Alright, so get rid of those. A couple more mages over here.
They seem different from the other enemies.
These guys move around a lot, which is kind of annoying, so I'm trying to get them when they stop moving. Because it's on a timer. There we go.
I wonder if it was alright to leave the hierarch behind. I've got the key.
Alright,
Now we
now we
head
can
up to
move
the floors
ahead.
above us.
How typical of you, Sero. You watch and take no action.
Alright, second part of the level.
Staircase. The Guardian must be up there.
Alright, so now we gotta ascend the staircase to the top, and we have to kill a bunch of knights along the way. Killing all 6 knights in total lets us get the key to get to... That guy became Jesus for a moment. Alright, let's swap to mana. Cast a level 1 tornado. I didn't quite kill him because we weren't high enough level, but I want to save. I need to save the tornado for this next group of knights, because there's 3 of them.
Your journey ends here, Noe.
Alright, so we'll do a level 2 tornado. This will kill them. And then spawns the chest on the next floor. So we grab this. This is access to the room up here. Play a cutscene. Opens this door. Alright, grab that with mana. Deal with these guys. And because this room is slow-mo, it's like really difficult for me to use Noe here. If I had to deal with all 3 of them with just Noe, I'd probably lose pretty quickly. Alright, so some more mages. Thankfully it's not on timer. The trick here is I want to get these guys into a corner. If I can. Put that guy in the corner. Get this guy in the corner over here is good. That way he can't go anywhere. And then try to get this guy in a corner as well. Corner, so try to get him in one of these ones. It's a little harder on these ones because they're not like flush. They're kind of rectangular there on the edge. But anyways, done with that. Now we can head to the boss. Like I said, level's about 10 minutes long. We made it through there, we got a new weapon, so we'll be able to use that on the upcoming boss. So we'll go ahead and swap to that now. For its special, which makes it slightly... I wouldn't say easier fight, but the special allows us to deal damage even if the boss gives us some terrible RNG. So at least we're not completely voiding ourselves the damage. So this is the final fight with Gizmor, who is pretty annoying to deal with. Key item. There's a bit of RNG involved with it. But like I said, as long as we're using the Aura's weapons, we deal more damage to this boss. And we're hoping for no pillars, but of course he goes to more damage with magic to Noe. Be a little careful of that. I mean, if this was New Game Plus, man, this would be going at double speed as well. Not too bad. But like I said, it deals a lot of damage. Even with the damage reduction, I still take quite a bit of damage from him. But again, it's a good thing we have some healing items. Wow, I walked right into that. Alright, second phase.
Playtime is over. Repent your crimes.
Much easier to avoid. Doesn't do any less damage, but it's way easier to deal with.
Don't irritate me.
I'll never forgive you.
Alright, time to heal.
I've come this far. I can't die here.
Alright, so he's gonna pillar a second time. With that weapon special. He didn't even want me to hit him. Like I said, this boss, a lot of RNG. Not a very good fight in general against third phase Gizmor. And we can avoid pretty much all of the hits. Sadly enough, he goes to pillar. A bit unfortunate. Oh, it's nice that he conveniently went over. Still trying to keep an angle at him. Alright, done. We're at level 19 now. We're in a good spot for level to get to the end of the game with. So, we're a little bit above the average level. Awakens Angelus from the first game in Dod 1, which is the Goddess Seal. And with the Goddess Seal being awoken, basically the world plunges back into sheer destruction and chaos. Of it being locked away for 18 years. But she is fucking mad, I'll tell you that. Alright, so we have our last of our restorative vials on, which means we'll be need to be doing a shopping trip soon. And hopefully pick up our last buy item as well. So that we can
If the knights insist on continuing the fight, then so will we.
This is pointless. There's no reason to fight anymore.
This is what you look is for. Our revenge is death.
All the keys in the districts have been destroyed. But
I didn't really hit too many guys, I was afraid of that. Like I said, yellow is not very good. Harder to aim.
the hierarch said something about the final seal.
Alright, so now all I have to do is survive Angelus for a little bit.
She's glowing red. The color of her blood, tears, and fire.
Where's that red dragon going?
Why did she appear in front of us? We must pursue her. Hang on.
Alright, level 3. We get 8 lock-ons now. And we're approaching the end of the run now. Things go fast. I know we're on chapter 9 of 12, but trust me. Alright, so we're gonna go to the village of the tower. Gotta pick up an item here.
The red dragon is.
So I'm swapping for a 15% damage versus all, rather than a 20% much better protection against every type of damage. So it's a bit of a trade-off, but the other thing is if we really wanted to, we could go for a 40 against range protection. But for any percent, not so much required. I mean, when you take physical damage in that place, could potentially kill you. Alright, so this might seem like a bit of an auto-scroller. You'd be mistaken. There is a damage threshold, a visible damage threshold that we want to be dealing to go down. And we obviously don't want to do that, so we're going to speed it up by tailing behind, dealing damage. And then eventually, after enough damage, she will just go straight to the castle. It honestly depends on how lucky you get with pumping out damage and avoiding those like red rings and missing them, because if you don't hit those red rings, then you take a lot of damage, and that could one-shot you in New Game Plus. And now on with Castle of the Goddess. Tough level. You'd easily lose like 5 minutes if you die at the very end, which is like the only hard part about it, because you have to use a mana. So having these protective earrings is going to help a lot for that. And hopefully I just don't get stunned. At the start of the level to grab the map. This level, I know the layout very well, so we're going to not do that.
Did this castle belong to the Union? It looks like it was abandoned a long time ago. Anybody here?
A very long level, so if you know where you're going, not that bad. If you're doing all endings, there is a small detour you do in this run to get a weapon that is and it will carry you with Eris basically through the rest of the game. That includes New Game Plus and Extreme. So, very, very powerful weapon. Spent a lot of time trying to figure out, like, you know, which weapons would be worth picking up. Are they along the route? Oops. And, you know, are they worth the time spent to get them? And all
What is she looking for?
I haven't found any other alternatives say otherwise. Alright, so upon getting to the door, we realize it's locked. and this ghosty boy is running away from us with the key. So this is pre-scripted. We'll go. And very easy for somebody to get jebaited by him and lose track. I've definitely lost track of him a couple times casually through this. So he goes over here, he goes to the right in that door, and then he comes right back out. If you turn that corner too quick, you will just miss him coming back out, and then you'll be on a wild goose chase. So he just does a circle in there. A room where you have to fight him and a couple other ones. And again, a very dangerous room for mana. She doesn't have the strongest amount of health, but she does deal enough damage to take care of these guys. Eris would make this a much safer thing to do, but since we don't have and we're trying to avoid the slinky arms that they do. And if they hit us from behind, they'll do more damage, so we're trying to avoid that. But since we have the protection earring, alright, so that's 2 down. Now it's just 1. A little bit safer now with just 1. And you think these guys do range damage, but they actually do physical, so again, that's why we have the protective earrings. A bit more money and buy guard earrings, which only give us 20% damage reduction to physical. So the protective is a much better option instead of buying the guard +1. So got us, so doing good. Alright, level complete. Under 5 minutes, that's good. Alright, so we meet up with Angelus. Kaim happens to be there. And now we have our final showdown with Angelus. Kaim. Alright, so this fight with Angelus is pretty challenging. First time doing it. It's extremely difficult if you don't know some strats for New Game Plus. Ideally, you want to avoid lock-on shots. With regular shots. Soft dragon waifu. So yeah, when she stops moving, regular Dragonfire shots, she has a chance to drop power-ups if you do that. Otherwise, you're not going to get power. You. If she's like flying around a bunch, she will She has AI scripted to dodge a lot of homing shots. So that is exactly why we... a lot easier to land on her when she's not moving. So if she's flying around crazy like and stuff, then sure. Add some homing. But if she's stopped moving like this, hit her with a regular shot. Otherwise, she's gonna be a pain in the butt. And she's gonna...
Isn't there any other way? Do I have to kill the red dragon? Looks to me like they're the victims.
When you learn to think like a soldier.
Ow.
Watch out for her tail. Don't let your guard down.
I'm gonna safety heal here because I really don't want to redo this fight because it is one of the longer boss fights without using strats. Alright, phase 2.
My attacks have no effect on her.
Her dragon special, which we have to try to avoid. Alright, done. Soft Dragon Waifu defeat. Peace. So, I'm sorry, Alice. You get to skip the best cutscene in the game. But, we do get chapter, cutscene select or whatever. It was 18 years ago. It's a lot different. It's deteriorated quite a bit. The world is on the edge of destruction. I know, I'm sorry. Alright. Speed mode engage. The end of the game. There's only a few chapters left. They go by pretty quickly. Alright. Our missions also get tougher now because we're fighting undead enemies like Reapers, a lot more Beholders.
I don't know anything about what happened 18 years ago, but we survived. What happens if the world continues to fall apart like this?
Ow. Alright, so now we gotta deal with some griffins. These griffins are like super scary. Yeah, griffins also are like super hostile now. They were kind of a walk in the park before, not so much anymore, not with these ones. I'm really sorry, Alice. Trust me, I would love to watch the best cutscene in the game. Or one of the best cutscenes in the game, but... we're going fast! Try to take care of these skulls first. We'll make it difficult because they slow-mo you when you get trapped in them. I'm gonna safety heal here because I don't want to get one shot with a Reaper. Yeah, if he decides to do that. Alright. It's okay, we don't see it, then it never happens. Trying to tell me just because we don't see the cutscene Chaim and Angelus live forever? Is that what you're telling me? Because we don't watch them die in the cutscene?
Apart because of you. As a knight, I will execute you.
Please, I can't let more innocent people die.
Alright, so we're just waiting here for the dialogue to finish. So that's good. They married and lived happily ever after? Ugh, I don't know about that. There's no happily ever after in Drakengard. You should know that. Alright, so... basically the last real ground mission of the entire game for us. Mana's completely lost her head.
You're all right.
She's completely out of her mind. She's basically reverted back to what she was like 18 years ago, but much worse. Withdrawal, I guess. So we land in here in the Grand Shrine to talk to Sarah, but now the worldly beings are coming into the world as a result of all the seals being broken and the distortion in time being broken, which is warping the reality and essentially our goal is to try to see what we can do to stop it. I can give you the short answer, or we can hold it and we can all guess what the result's gonna be. So Barrel knocks down that guy so we can get by these. Alright, so we got our last weapon improvement of the run for any percent. We have to do this room anyways to get it, so I might as well pick it up anyways. Alright, so we gotta make all these rift boys fall from the ceiling. Hopefully not get ripped too hard. Thankfully we got a decent weapon. And we're a much higher level now after the level. So, best weapon in the game for Dod 2 that we can get this early is Slaughterism. And that's the long sword that we just picked up. We're going to be using it on one of the final bosses of the game. So, hardy har har. Fun fact, there's a much better weapon than Slaughterism that that I specifically use that we get from clearing any percent. That one ability I mentioned way earlier in the run called Sonic Burst, which allows us to gain iframes for the duration, and during that duration we have increased attack speed, movement speed, ultimately makes it a very, very strong ability on weapons. Now it's done. Alright, basically air missions and bosses for the rest of the run. Like I said, these chapters wrap up relatively quickly. Not much left. The easy stuff, got into a bit more of the difficult stuff, and now we're on to the hard stuff. And then it's just this chapter and 12 left. Alright, so before we go into this mission, I'm gonna quick as you can tell, we have no other party members. Mana has been removed from our party. Yurik is dead. Eris is, well, dead. Sounds like a Drakengard game to me. Remember this monolith of a structure referenced in Drakengard 1. I can't remember if you actually go inside of it in any of the playthroughs or do any levels with it. Alright, so I have to kill some holy dragons. He'd be a bit of a nuisance, so I'm going to try to hit him from below. We're a little less likely to dodge that way. Can't believe we're almost done with Odd 2. No, this isn't the Seeds, Alice. This is different. This is the residence of the Holy Dragons. I just wasn't sure. Because there is Holy Dragons that appear in Dot 1 towards the end. Like, the structure only exists because his Holy Dragons are also worth like a hefty amount of XP, so good way to boost Legna's level towards the end. Oh my god, please die. Perfectly calculated joke there, Alice. Made it for the end? Oh yeah. And we're on pace. We're at like 4:37. I am running my... But nice to see you, Kath. I'm glad you could watch the end of this run. We're doing good. I don't think it'll sub 5 though. I still have quite a bit to do before sub 5. Unless we get really, really fucking lucky. That just means like the... VOD's gonna be kind of scuffy though, with it, you know, cutting in and out and shit, but...
The ancient tomb should be more closely guarded.
We just get through as fast as we can, and we kind of listen to a little bit of lore, we skip the other part of the lore.
What an enormous place! I have to be careful not to get lost.
Oh, oh come on, Legna. Don't drop. Alright, so we follow the white arrow, which will lead us down the fastest path to the core, which is where we're heading.
Darkness without end is born. In return, she is promised a life thriving in the depths. The man and woman become one after.
Gotta get through that wall, take this little shortcut here, and oh, but Bob's your uncle. We're at the core. Alright, let's not fuck up the core now. There, got it. I didn't have to do it all over. That's good. Why is it leading me through the wrong door? There it is. Normally I would be tanking these, but it's 20%, so I don't really take enough damage for me to care. This is New Game Plus, I wouldn't even be trying to tank these. But I want to go fast.
I sense it.
Decent time. So got enough wiggle room to hopefully get through the next level, and then just the boss rush at the end. There is one. Hopefully it won't be that bad.
Why do you not realize? What do you think strength is?
Hey, what's that over there?
Alright, so the goal here is to kill these holy dragons before the timer runs out. And they destroy that ship.
Destroy the ship. It bears the mark of the Knights. Is Hierarch Sereng on board? They're swarming around the ship. We have to scatter them.
There we go. Done. That was actually pretty quick. Alright. Boss fight with mana. This fight took a while to figure out a relatively consistent strat for it. But the secret lies in the slam attacks that you can. So, allows you to deal double damage while she's airborne for every additional hit that she's airborne. So the initial hit will probably deal like around a couple hundred damage. If you double the damage in the air, you can do somewhere around 400 a hit or something stupid. So this fight opens up with chasing mana around.
Is that you, Mana?
She has a very set pattern for this sprint. Obviously, she lost her mind. We're inside of her head. I don't know how. Clones. You keep sending this one flying backwards. Like I said, the idea is to jump hit her. You saw that 400 damage hit from her being juggled. It's like almost 200 when she's not. So that's ideally.
I remember your voice. You sound nice. Is it you that I seek? Is it I that you seek?
If I don't keep moving, I'll get picked off by its magic attacks. I need to.
So ideally.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I want to go home. There is someone waiting.
Okay, show. Low life, safety heal.
I need to focus on the real target. Which one is it?
Alright, real ones run away. I did have to use a safety heal, but you can do this without healing. This fight is unbelievably horrible if you try it any other way. Look at that! Fucking easy. Only use one heal. Not over yet, though. We still have one more chapter left to do. That ends chapter 11. Yes, man, you can go back. Bam, bam. Chicken Sam. Alright.
Mana.
Joins back in the party. Even though we don't get to use them. Eris is magically not dead. Turns out she was saved by Sari. We're gonna go ahead and equip Mana and Eris' weapon now, so it's out of the way. We're going into World's End now. Whoopity whoop? What? What's that supposed to mean? Alright, time to the Promised Land. Oh, yeah. Equip weapons. Items. Final challenging air mission, and then we just got one boss left. Let's hope I don't screw up the last part of it, and I don't take too much damage during the beginning of it. Alright, so, hyper-aggressive lightning griffins. Two and Dodd 1 show up in this level. Thankfully, no flying coffins or refrigerators, as like Rod likes to call them.
wonder what's about to happen there.
Alright, we got a drop. Got another. Alright, perfect. One down. Really do want to kill the little ones as quickly as I can.
I suppose that's one way of surviving. We've been through a lot.
Alright. Alright. Last section. I have to try to kill them before they transform, or else it'll be problematic. Or as they drop. Because they get iframes if they're moving around. Which is the problem bit.
Let's go to the
Nice.
promised land.
Alright.
I'm worried about the hierarch.
Whew. Not too shabby. Now it's just the boss. Alright, so a bunch of dragons show up. So do a bunch of golems. Sarai brought the firepower to stop the Holy Dragon War. Well, technically it started it, but, you know. Devil's in the details. So it should be at about 4 hours and 57 minutes almost. About 20 seconds away from that. I'll throw this on. And that on. Alright. A level where, I mean, it wasn't too bad, but it did lose us like a minute or so. And we still have to rely on this fight going extremely well. Okay, believe it or not, I would have loved to troll you. That tail whip is unskippable. Because we're on the final level. Last boss of the game. Here we go. Gonna PB unless something really bad happens.
Do I have to? I have to fight Legna.
Alright, Legna, let's
Legna, is this my only choice? Do I really have to fight you? I never knew how strong you really raised me only to use me in the end.
using some iframes.
I don't want our time together to end like this. Why does it have to be this way? Why, Legna? Why?
Because deal slightly more damage if we can do that. Alright. This is the phase. Last phase here. Almost done.
Oh no! Is he steadying himself to breathe fire? Was my fate decided the moment Legna took me in? I've made my choice. Prepare yourself, Legna.
That's time right there. So I have a 5:02:08. This is officially a new PB and beat my record by at least 8 minutes.
Cannot be.
Didn't you know? Children always surpass their forefathers. It's been that way throughout history, for every race. Goodbye, Legna.
Did we get the timer stopped right on time? No, we didn't. Still rolling. Alright, well, it's a 5:02:08. I don't give a shit what on-screen timer says, because I was timing it myself. So, new PB, 8-minute improvement. Further verify that by taking a look at the in-game time here by skipping all of this stuff, which will give us pretty much almost an RTA time, but include the last little bit that we just did. So yeah, 5:02:08.
GG, dude.
Yeah, GG. New record, 8-minute improvement.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
This is gonna be so hard to beat now, I'm sorry. I feel really bad for anybody that's gonna attempt to try to beat this run now.
Gonna have to try.
They're gonna have to do absolutely deathless, get good, decent like RNG with some of the bosses. Gizmodo actually wasn't too bad this time, and some of the other bosses went by relatively okay. Want to see that we skip through, but yeah, I'm super happy. I'm super happy that PB. That's crazy. That's officially a new world record.
Oh, hell yeah, dude, that's right. Nice.
Because I'm the only one crazy enough to deal with this shit. Yeah, let me go load one of these. Let me go load one of these beefy, like... So that was the all endings run in sub 21. So that's a record there, technically. And then there's my... Can I do chapter select right at the beginning? I think I can. Because I can watch any of the cutscenes we missed by going back to world map, which you can only do in New Game Plus. So when you beat the game, movie selector unlocks. And in here we 30 minutes for the cutscenes. Not even? I don't think it's 30 minutes for the cutscenes, but... we can go through all the stuff we skipped in the meantime. Well, I take a short little break and get set up for the...
Very, very good run in store.
Alright, so enjoy these cutscenes. It's not quite 30 minutes, I think it's a lot less than that.
Before I was born,
But it'll give you a wrap-up of the story and give me a chance to take a small little break. And, congrats. He's never gonna get this Dodd 2 record back, ever.
Sacrifices.
Nice.
He's never getting it back.
The all-consuming.
Yeah, you know, Rod allowed us to use his stream PC for this event, and we repaid him by permanently stealing his world record. Beautiful.
The soldier who...
Stolen, but I don't think he's gonna be able to steal it back unless he gets a pretty god tier run now.
Alright, well, you know, Rod, if you're watching, sounds like a challenge to me.
Good luck, Rod. That's all I have to say. Anyways, be right back. You guys enjoy.
last bastion against world destruction. Charged with protecting them are the Knights of the Seal. In charge of each seal is a guardian. Accepted into the Knights of the Seal. A young man raised by a blue dragon. His name is Noah.
It's her, Lady Mana. It's Lady Mana.
Do you have any final words? Farewell. That woman, she's taken Noe.
it over, Kaim?
Noe.
I hated for so long being called a savior. I wish I could be a savior. I want to save you. Mana. Is everybody safe?
Noe. Are you all right?
I've surpassed my father.
Welcome back.
The other dragons are fading.
The past is over.